6:30.
All right. It's 6:30. I hereby call this meeting to order. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll observe a moment of silence. Thank you. I would like to ask that we be sure to keep the doorway clear. The police officer, Milano, has asked that we keep the doorway clear. Thank you. Announcements, awards, special recognition, we have none. Public comment.
Madam Mayor, we have 18 people signing. First person is,
We can't hear you, Stacy.
first person is Mr. Cliff
Still can't
Still
hear you.
can't hear you.
Okay, before we get started, 18 people, City Council, would you like to make a motion that we hear from everyone?
I make a motion that we allow everybody their 3 minutes to speak.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public comment first.
Okay, we have 18 people signed up to speak. The first person is Cliff Jackson.
Check, check.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Cliff Jackson from the Fielding Ridge Subdivision. I've been involved with the Peachtree City Hockey Association for 10 years and have served on its board for the last 5 as the Director of Coaching. It has been suggested that the Peachtree City Hockey Association has not had a travel program since 2020. This has been stated numerous times to include in these very chambers. As an assistant coach to my son's travel team from 2020 to 2022, I assure you there is indeed a high-level travel hockey program in Peachtree City. This argument simply has no basis in reality. To further illustrate my point, here are just a few examples of our ECHO, East Coast Hockey Organization travel teams before and after 2020, not to mention the decades of travel hockey teams that aren't displayed here, and many of these are despite the COVID downturn in all organized sports. You can see all of the year groups here. In fact, my son's holding his picture here from 2021 on his ECHO hockey team. And then you'll note that in the final picture down there, in fact, this last picture was the head coach of this new Fayette Hockey Club as an ECHO travel coach, players wearing Peachtree City Hockey jerseys, organized under Peachtree City Hockey Association, utilizing the Peachtree City Hockey Association's AAU insurance and background checks, and practicing at the Peachtree City Kedron Rink, utilizing the Peachtree City Hockey Association's facility use agreement with the city. All of these teams were coached by dedicated parent volunteers who were acting with the support of the Peachtree City Hockey Association. To say otherwise is categorically false. And if having an 8U team, which we currently do not have because the age group is being phased out from travel tournaments nationwide, has enough demand from players and parents, we would be happy to reopen the 8U travel program. This new proposed hockey organization brings nothing more than we have offered in the past, and instead brings less in the way of competitiveness, as they have effectively split the local talent. Same coaches, just a different name, utilizing only a portion of their previous players. The fact is that the Peachtree City Hockey Association board last summer, faced with increasing conflict and division, decided to suspend a coach for a season. The establishment of this competing organization is a direct outgrowth of this suspension. In fact, multiple FHC families had confided in us that if the suspension went away, FHC would most likely go away. It would be against my integrity and the integrity of my fellow board members to acquiesce to this type of demand. In that regard, I humbly ask you to allow Peachtree City Hockey to remain the single dedicated hockey program representing the Peachtree City area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please. Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Mr. Steve Brown.
Thank you. Is it on? On?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here to talk about the budget. Former Councilman Eric Emker and I reviewed the proposed 2026 budget in detail, and what we found was deeply troubling. We identified multiple pathways to achieve a full rollback, yet the city government seems either unwilling or unable to do the same. How were you planning to approve a budget on September 4 with significant spending increases and no tax digest figures? A full rollback commitment doesn't require those numbers. It requires leadership. At the last meeting, the mayor raised the issue of outstanding maintenance expenses, but the city manager made it clear your budgets consistently fail to account for basic maintenance needs. When he explained that you had to rely on a one-time federal grant during a once-of-a-lifetime pandemic intended for a fire station and used for maintenance instead, it was confirmed what many of us already knew. Your budget practices are unsustainable, and yet you continue to pile on hundreds of millions of dollars in new projects. Meanwhile, the last two mayors have systematically rezoned our future away by converting prime corporate headquarters and industrial land into residential zoning. You've erased the very tax base that could have supported our city long term. In 2014, then Mayor Pro Tem Kim Lerner rezoned 87 acres of prime land in the McDuff area, land that could have housed corporate headquarters or light industry. That opportunity is gone, along with all the other ones. And with it, the financial offsets to our residential taxes in the future, for all the future generations, are gone. This isn't just mismanagement, it's a failure to plan, it's a failure to listen, and it's a failure to lead. And when you say you're a conservative, act like one. You've raised the taxes every year, you raise the city fees every year, and you want to do it again this year. And I don't think anybody who donates to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Ossoff and Warnoff and the Stacey Abrams PAC should call themselves a conservative, personally. And I hope you lose, because that 3-minute clock, I guarantee you, is going to be gone in 2026. It's the most disgraceful thing what you do to the citizens, putting a stopwatch on them and forcing them to hurry up and say what they're going to say and limit it to 10 people by ordinance. That's shameful. Then you've limited your council members from being able to put agenda items on the agenda, and y'all are going to talk about that at the next meeting, and I hope you do. And I hope you do the right thing, because they were elected at large, and they should be able to put an agenda item on an agenda. You've taken it away from them. Shame on you. Thank you.
Next, please.
Next to speak is Mr. Jeremy Richardson.
What was the name?
Jeremy Johnson? Richardson. Oh, Richardson. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jeremy Richardson, and I live in Sonoya. And I have the honor of serving as Vice President of the Peachtree City Hockey Association. Thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time tonight. I've been around youth hockey for a long time, and I've seen firsthand how important unity and vision are to a program's success. Years ago, the youth hockey organization I grew up in split into two competing groups. Families to this day still refer to those years as the Hockey Wars. Instead of working together, the groups fought over rink time and resources. Within 5 seasons, both organizations had collapsed. Families lost trust, kids lost opportunities, and what could have been something strong and lasting simply disappeared. And even after the collapse, it took 8 full seasons before that community was able to rebuild back to the numbers they had before the split. That's nearly a decade lost, all because of division. That's not something we ever want brought here into our community. For nearly 3 decades, previous leadership has worked tirelessly to build something special in Peachtree City hockey, and it is being trampled on right now. Not because of lack of participation, but because one person was asked to step away. This is not leadership in any way you try to define that word. Leadership is about listening, responding, and putting families and players first. That is exactly what we've committed ourselves to do. After last season, PHA sent out a league-wide survey to all of our members. We heard their feedback and we made changes. We upgraded our online platform to make it easier for families to connect. We introduced summer training opportunities, which were a huge success. And most pertinent to tonight's decision, we have continued to strengthen our travel hockey program with structure and transparency. Formal tryouts, which were announced very early, all the way back on July 11th, for tryouts not happening until the end of August, that were open to all registered skaters, like I said, very well in advance. Every detail was on our website from day one, fully transparent. High-quality coaches have already been selected to train and guide our competitive teams, with practices beginning next week. These travel teams are a part of our history and will continue to be part of our future. To support that, we've also secured several $1,000s in sponsorships just to reduce the out-of-pocket expenses for these players and their families. In short, our families spoke and we listened. We've modernized, expanded opportunities, and strengthened one of our proudest traditions. PHA is growing the right way, and that is together. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council, for your time and continued partnership. Together, we're not just trying to build hockey players, we're trying to build a stronger community here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Could I-
Please hold your
Ne-
applause. Next, please.
Next to speak is Justin Reese.
Hello, my name is Justin Reese. I'm a part of Lake Peachtree, formerly of Plantera. Peachtree's so nice, we moved here twice. So I'm here not as a board member. Have been involved with Peachtree City Hockey Association for about 6 years now with my daughter. I've coached, I continue to assistant coach, participated in the travel league. I'm here to talk about and give you some context of why all of this is happening. Peachtree City Hockey Association board members have been hesitant to talk about this in any depth because they fear squandering the limited resources they have from that to serve the kids on dealing with this issue. So Roller Hockey Association, the Hockey Association and the AAU Association all have a code of conduct. Peachtree City Hockey Association also has that same code of conduct. If you violate that code of conduct, it can range from in-game penalties to full suspension. If the league and the association fails to enforce that code of conduct, that club can be banned from things like the Echo tournaments or the Morrow. So if they fail to follow through and enforce the code of conduct and make sure that players, coaches, staff, and parents, all who are ambassadors of hockey, their associations, and the cities that they represent, if they fail to enforce that, that reflects poorly on all of them and negatively affects the kids. They had to suspend for 1 year one coach because he failed to follow the code of conduct. And they've, by their own admission, created this new league to circumvent that suspension because of a lot of parents disagreed with the suspension. They disagreed with following the code of conduct. Now, whether you agree with it or not, the rules must be followed. I'm a veteran. I was trained that integrity and self-service is above all paramount. Now, if one player, one parent, one coach, one board member fails to follow that code of conduct and breaks the rules consistently and it cannot be resolved, it doesn't matter who they are, how good they are, or how impactful they are in the program, they have to be punished for that because otherwise it negatively impacts everyone else. The one thing I hope everyone here would do would just be to do the right things for the kids, follow the rules, and do what's really best in your heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Cheryl Averill.
Good evening. Can you hear that? Good evening. I'm Cheryl Averill. I'm a resident of Peachtree City for over 15 years, along with my husband, Bill, who's here tonight. We moved here when our kids were in elementary school, and they went through the public school system from elementary through high school. I'm speaking tonight both as a citizen and as a member of the Peachtree City Fayette Pickleball club. I have volunteered and served there for over 5 years. My current volunteer position is as a board member. Tonight, I'm specifically asking that the council move forward with the vote and support funding for 18 new courts at Meade Field. I also ask that you build 18 courts to support a vote that your citizens made in 2023. As many of you know, in 2023, there was a SPLOST vote. That SPLOST vote had Project 38 on it. Your citizens voted overwhelmingly to support Project 38. That project called for 12 new lighted pickleball courts with public restroom facilities and parking. At the time that SPLOST vote passed, the courts at Braylon Log House were open, providing 6 public courts to the community. Since that time that the vote passed, there has been talk of closing the Braylon courts due to noise concerns. Over the past 2 years, the council has also spent several amounts of time with recreational surveys. Of course, the pickleball community overwhelmingly supported more pickleball and more public pickleball courts through that survey. A recreational advisory board was also created. You've had lots of good input from local citizens, from business leaders, from political groups, all supporting the growth of pickleball in the community. If the council chooses not to support 18 courts, you're not honoring the wishes of your citizens. You're not honoring the votes of your citizens. If you take away the 6 courts at Braylon and you do not propose funding for 18, the city is only gaining a net of 6 courts. When your citizens voted back in 2023, they thought they were getting 18 courts. I feel that over the past few years, through the survey, through public comment, through members of the pickleball club and community going with you, walking on sites, determining needs and spacing for courts on public land that's owned by the city, that the council has gathered a lot of data and a lot of input to make an informed decision about your vote. I would ask that council members put any personal politics aside and do what's right for their citizens. Supporting 18 courts will also provide the city a revenue source. You can have local and regional tournaments. Those tournaments generate funds. Those funds can be used in the future to help support maintenance that you might need on those courts. In closing, if you cannot support 18 courts, then I would ask that you support the building of 12 new courts that was proposed and voted on the SPLOST, and keep the Braylon courts open to honor your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next,
Please hold your applause. We really want to hear everyone. Thank you.
next to speak is Chad Dolahife.
Close enough. My name's Chad Dolahite. We live some distance away, but was asked to come and just offer some thoughts as someone who now is entering into our 11th year with some of my children being involved in the league, and with an 8 and 9-year-old still coming up. We plan to be involved for several more years as well. But I essentially wanted to say regarding the proposed new association that as far as somebody who's been involved with the league for a number of years, I don't see the need to duplicate what is already being offered by the Peachtree City Hockey Association. For years, PHA has offered both recreational and competitive hockey. Again, we've a little over 10 years now been involved with the league. I have worked with 4 different presidents of the league, and I don't even know how many board members. But every president that has come through the league, at least 3 of which are here tonight, I respect them. I trust them to make sound decisions. I've seen them do that time and time again. I've seen them consistently act in the best interest of hockey in this city, in this area, and that means a lot, especially somebody that over where we are, we don't have it. We have to come a long ways just to be able to have that for our children, but we do, and we do it happily because it's a quality product. It's a quality league and association. As far as basically 2 main thoughts here, it's already been mentioned that, just addressing whether there has been competitive or select hockey in the last few years. There definitely has been. You saw some of the banners, 2020 State Wars in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Two of my boys who are with me here tonight went and I believe they won the gold medal. And then 2021 went to St. Louis and participated in state wars as well, silver medal. Then 2022, Detroit, Michigan, and they, I believe, maybe a bronze medal there. 2022, 2023, 2024, high school, Atlanta area high school inline hockey champions, three-peat. That's been going on. It's there, but there's not a lack of competitive hockey or quality coaches. It just doesn't seem that there's added value in adding another organization that's offering the same thing. It causes confusion. It causes division. But we need people to work together for the kids. We've had a long-standing relationship with Peachtree City Hockey with the city. The solution is to continue that and work together.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Next,
for your
please.
Next to speak is Chris York.
Could I get that name again, Stacy?
I'm sorry, it's Chris York.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the time. Luckily, my name is a little easier to say than Mr. Dalheit's. First of all, I want to thank all the parents that are here tonight because the passion that's shown for hockey in the city is unbelievable. So I just want to commend everybody for spending the time to come out, drive the interest, and really we're here for the kids to drive that. Now I want to quickly just introduce myself. I've got 3 boys that play in Peachtree City Hockey Association. I've coached with the league now. This will be my 4th year coaching with the league. The reason I wanted to come out tonight, I'm actually kind of in between both because my boys are also registered for the Fayette Hockey Club. So there's a lot of discussion, a lot of conversation around competing leagues and conversation around not driving the numbers for Peachtree City. I can honestly say that we have stayed in this city and haven't pursued opportunities outside and more competitive environments simply because we have opportunities to do more. It opens more doors for our players. It gives them more opportunities to choose from. It doesn't shut anything down. It doesn't create a lot of the division that's been discussed. It really does just give your citizens, it gives our skaters, our players an opportunity to do more within the city and then pursue opportunities additionally outside of the city. There really is no reason to prevent rink access, because that's really what Fayette Hockey Club is asking for, is rink access to go out and just allow these teams to play. This is not a competitive rec league. They are not trying to reduce the numbers of registrations for the Peachtree City Hockey Association. This is simply to allow a large group of parents and kids to get together and play on the resources that the city has been so great to provide. So with that, I'll give you back some of my time. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Mr. Eric Rame. Sorry.
Nobody gets it right. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Eric Bame, and I'm a resident of the Lake Kedron community. And I'm here tonight to ask the council to approve the request by the Fayette Hockey Club for renting rink time at the Kedron rink. So as a little background, my son has played on teams. He's played on middle school and parent-organized travel teams the last few years. But he's gotten a little frustrated because those are more elite squads. They practice together, they really hone their skills, they hone their teamwork, where we wind up having a couple of practices and try and go as an all-star team working on our individual skills. To that end, he's left hockey this year, at least roller hockey, and is now playing ice hockey. He's joined one of the, I would say, the elite or premier ice hockey house in North Atlanta. Now, he's not alone. There are other people I see from Peachtree City there, and I know there certainly are some elite players who have gone to play in McDonough or Snellville. My son left because he just wanted a bigger challenge and didn't feel like there was an elite squad here in Peachtree City for him to play for. But there's a cost associated with it. We're in for about $3,500 right now for ice hockey between registration and equipment and everything else. And that's not including the 3 to 4 times a week we make the 100-mile round trip to the ice rink. So I understand that the city has a 30-year policy on renting sports facilities to organizations that aren't involved with rec. And I get it, but times change. So I did a little bit of research and I found some examples here in our fine state. So for example, in Ackworth, every resident must own a rake. In Gainesville, it is illegal to eat fried chicken with a knife and a fork. In Athens, you are not allowed to offer goldfish as a prize in a bingo game. And our fine state of Georgia, this is a statewide law, you are not allowed to keep your donkey in a bathtub. Now, at some point, somebody thought all of these policies were valid, and I'm sure they were because their elected officials voted for them. But I think we can agree that old policy is not always modern or relevant policy. So with that, I'm asking you, the council, to allow for people to come in and rent the sports facilities that aren't the rec leagues when the rec leagues aren't using them. I think it's time to modernize to that kind of policy. I appreciate your time and I look forward to your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Mike Murtaugh.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. I'm here to share an event that occurred over the past 2 weeks that I wish everyone in this room and all of Peachtree citizens could have experienced like I did. A genuine example of for the people, by the people. I sat on the last two meetings of the Recreation Advisory Group meeting where the proposed pickleball complex was the key topic. Each meeting was so refreshing and represented what our community of Peachtree City is all about. The group of volunteer citizens, city staff, a potential contracting firm, and citizens came together to listen, to collaborate, to challenge each other in a professional and respectful way, share ideas, request additional facts, above all focused on determining the best possible solution together. Time after time, the advisory group sought to find the better solution that would not fit the needs of just one group, no, but one that would extend to include a greater number of citizens, our community, all in a very collaborative way. When discussions centered on financing the proposed complex, Mr. Chris Hobby from the city explained how the SPLOST funds would be used to pay for the complex, and that no general tax funds would be used, and there was enough SPLOST funds to pay for, quote unquote, the design you want to recommend. While it might be tempting to spend the amount of the latest design, the group took a serious look, and I mean a serious look, line item by line item, with input from the city and the citizens to eliminate elements that were not necessary in the new pickleball complex. They were serious stewards of the SPLOST money. I highly encourage the council to listen, to hear, and to continue this positive process that I witnessed firsthand. Because this amazing advisory group that you put together has a commitment to this community at large. This is not a pickleball complex alone. Their idea, their concept is to bring families together with a picnic area, make it a destination, keep kids going from Spyglass Island and doing what kids usually do, make them go to the pickleball complex and have fun in a wholesome way. So I encourage you to vote yes for the recent proposal that the Advisory Council has tirelessly, as a volunteer group, put before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Matthew Pitts.
You nailed it. Good job. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Matt Pitts, like you said. My family and I lived in the Braylon area for several years. We now live in Noonan, Georgia. I've been an assistant Peachtree City hockey coach for the last couple years, and my son Jack, as you'll see here in a few minutes, has been playing on the organization's team, and hopefully will continue for until he graduates high school. He also played on the 8U travel team that organized by Scott last year, because there wasn't a 8U team with the Peachtree City Hockey. And this year we want him to do the same. It's been amazing to see how him and his teammates have grown through hockey as individuals, as leaders in the community, and I hope they can continue doing that for a long time. Because Peachtree City Hockey didn't have an 8U travel division for competitive play this year, a group of parents, these parents included, and then some that couldn't make it today, formed the Wildcats team. The Wildcats are proud to represent Peachtree City in the Echo tournaments, facing some of the best competition, best players, and best teams all up and down the East Coast. So it's been really exciting to see them. The competition is fierce. I've never been more excited to watch a sports team, and I'll have to say it's been very exciting. I learned a lot, both as an assistant coach with the hockey organization and as a fan and a parent. So with watching this last season, I saw how competitive it is, and when we saw that there wasn't going to be an 8U team for the Peachtree City Hockey organization, we said, well, they'd have to play up on the 10U team, and with bigger and older kids, and I'm not okay with that. It's kind of like going to a middle school football team versus the varsity football team. It's just those kids are a lot bigger and faster and stronger, and I don't think they should be relegated to have to play with them in order to play travel ball. So one of the things I wanted to talk about is throughout my life I've had a lot of proud moments. I've had a pretty cool Air Force career, a cool career at Delta, and the most proud I've ever been is seeing my kid out here playing hockey and being a leader, and as you'll see here in a few minutes, has something to say for himself. But I've got nothing but respect for all the people out here that come. They're not paid. We're not paid to coach. We're just here because we love our kids. We want them to be able to play and compete. One of Peachtree City's 5 strategic pillars is to provide an active and healthy community. And I think that by allowing the 8U team to practice and have some rink time where they wouldn't be able to elsewise for travel, it fits right in there. They're just asking for some rink time for these kids to be able to play together and to compete on their own stage. So I appreciate you listening. Thanks for having our families up here, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Jeff Williams.
I also had a handout. Is that
I gave-
going on? Thank you very much. Council, mayor, and city staff. My name's Jeff Williams, 30-year resident of the Interlochen subdivision. We raised our kids here. They went to high school here. We love living here, and honestly, that's really thanks to everything that you all do on a day-to-day basis, so that's appreciated. Wanted to talk a little bit about pickleball and just read something real quick, and something you've probably heard many times. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America, holding the title for the 4th consecutive year, according to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association. The sport has seen significant growth due to its accessibility for all ages and fitness levels, and its fun and competitive nature. And that's one of the beauties of pickleball. If you go out on weekends, you can see parents with young kids playing. All you need is a decent pair of tennis shoes. You can get a starter paddle for $10 to $15. So it's literally something the whole community can do. And the handout that I showed, and again, you've probably seen this. You may have been to some of these facilities. These are the facilities in Griffin, facility in Noonan, and facility in Carrollton. And just wanted everybody to get a view of that, because we're not asking for bigger, we're not asking for fancier, we're not asking for covered courts. We're just asking for a comparable facility for Peachtree City, and one that supports actually two of their strategic pillars. The gentleman before me mentioned one of those, but it's both an active, healthy community and also an attractive community. So thank you for all the work that so many have put in doing the due diligence for these new courts, and we look forward to approval of an 18-court facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Jack Pitts.
My name is Jack Pitts and I live in Noonan. Peachtree City Hockey does not offer a travel team for me and my friends who are 8 years old and under. We don't want to get hurt playing with the older kids in the division above us. The Fayette Hockey Club is our only chance to play travel hockey with kids our age. I hope you'll consider giving us practice time at the rink. Thank you.
Next, please.
Next to speak is Melissa Marizan.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Melissa Maranzano, and I'm a resident of the Pine Gate community here in Peachtree City. Thank you for allowing me time to speak to you today regarding the Peachtree City Hockey Association. My son and husband both currently enjoy playing hockey with the league. My husband also assists the league as an age group coordinator, and once upon a time, I played on the co-ed rec team. I have some concerns today regarding the idea of another travel hockey team being allowed to use the Kedron rink. My daughter plays soccer here in Peachtree City. She plays travel soccer. I know from personal experience that the only teams allowed to use our Peachtree City soccer fields are AFC Lightning and the Lasers. AFC is the travel team, Lasers is the rec team. They are sisters clubs, with Lasers being the parent club. Between these clubs, they have over 2,000 players this fall in the youth programs. They take great care of the field. They don't allow teams on them when it is wet, which allows the fields to be used to their maximum potential. The Peachtree City Hockey Association is a fraction of this size and already has both travel and recreational teams. They also take pride in maintaining the rink and keeping the rink clean and safe. I challenge you, Mayor and City Council members, to treat the Peachtree City Hockey League like you do the larger soccer association. By allowing another league in, you will destroy what is being built with the Peachtree City Hockey Association. By bringing in another travel team, and one that only caters to certain age groups, you are not putting the kids' best interests first. The current league has everyone's best interests at heart. If you allow another travel league to come use Kedron, not only will you divide and weaken the teams, but you will also be going against the standard you have set for the other sports using recreational space here in Peachtree City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Jacqueline Edwards.
Lay that down. Good evening, and no, I'm not here to talk about pickleball or hockey. But I will be brief. I just want to take a couple of minutes to introduce myself. I'm Jacqueline Edwards, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to not only introduce myself, but to introduce the organization that I represent, the community service organization that I represent. I've been a resident of Peachtree City since 1998 in the beautiful community of Rosemont. My husband and I, both military, we're both retired Army officers, and we've loved this community for many, many years. The organization that I'd like to let you know about, I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. This service organization was founded in 1913. Last year, we chartered a chapter of that organization, the Fayette County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. We're a service organization. We're sitting right now at 236 members strong, and we're growing. And we do service work in terms of giving out scholarships. We work with the community. We partner with other service organizations. And we are responsible for serving all of Fayette County. We're very excited about that. I see a couple of other sorority members that I'd like for them to kind of raise their hands. So I just wanted to do that introduction and let you know that we are here. We're available in your community. We're ready to get to work, and we are excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next to speak is Jim Forstall.
Good evening, Peachtree City Council. I'm Jim Forstall, president of the new Fayette Hockey Club. I'm a longtime Peachtree City resident living in the Spooner Ridge subdivision. I believe I'm the last Fayette Hockey Club speaker before you make a major decision tonight that will impact Peachtree City hockey program. You've heard from our board, our coaches, parents, and even 8-year-olds. All passionate about getting started with the new approach to travel team hockey in Peachtree City while continuing to play and enjoy recreation hockey. The Peachtree City hockey season started this week, and our 29 registered players and 25 families can't wait to practice weekly as a travel team in order to go to travel tournaments ready to compete against the best. All we want is 3 hours per week of practice time at the only inline hockey rink in the area. We've done everything the city's asked us to do. We've spent our summer forming the new hockey travel team, complied with Peachtree City facility usage agreement requirements, met and coordinated rink time with Peachtree City Rec League, and attended both private and public meetings with city leadership. In our last private meeting, we were told by the mayor that recreation sports is good enough for Peachtree City, and that approving our use of the Kedron hockey rink would go against previous city sports decisions and set a precedence the city is unwilling to undertake. Those words were absolutely shocking from a mayor dedicated to making Peachtree City a model city. The Peachtree City facility usage agreement is a 1-year contract. Should the unexpected happen that warrants not renewing the contract, the council has the authority not to renew. I ask that you vote tonight to approve our Peachtree City usage agreement or find a way to allow us to use the Kedron rink for 3 hours per week to practice for travel tournaments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next to speak is Paul Schultz.
Nearly forgot that I signed up to speak. Anyway, so I'm here to speak tonight. My name's Paul Schultz. I live in the McIntosh Corner subdivision. My understanding is approval of the budget is being held up partly because the reserve amount is being left as is and not being reduced. So I'll continue. The reserve is a rainy day fund for uncertainty, namely economic conditions and natural disasters. A reserve reduction should not ignore our current country's greater economic conditions and natural disasters, or potential for natural disasters. We have a $37 trillion national debt, which means interest payments on that consume a larger and larger portion of the federal budget with less ability to send money to municipalities for any reason. Core CPI inflation is at 3.1%. Higher long-term interest rates are still a possibility. We're currently in a low-growth environment. 2025 annualized national GDP is around 1%, and unpredictable tariffs have already led to a largely unpredictable business environment in several areas. The federal government is reducing spending, including to FEMA, that municipalities may need in the future. Second, a reserve is also a buffer against said natural disasters. Asheville, North Carolina is about the same distance inland as Peachtree City, and it was devastated by Hurricane Helene. The estimated cost of damage in western North Carolina alone is $250 billion, that's with a B. If we compare that, and I got it's geographically a different size, our current reserve is $34.7 million. Any reserve reduction is a no-win scenario. Too fast, and there is a snapback effect among low-information residents. Too slow, and nobody notices. A reduction to a 25% reserve in 1 year would reduce the average property tax bill of $6,000 by about $1,000. The following year's bill would have to increase by $1,000 because there is no more reserve to give back. Imagine the outrage of that. When the Peachtree City portion of our property tax bill is only about 20% of that $6,000 bill, even a 2-year reduction at $500 per year is largely unnoticeable. Third point, the reserve was not a problem until it was. Only 2 members of the public attended and spoke at the July 10 public budget review. 2 members of the community in a well-announced public budget review. No political candidates nor anyone else attended the meeting to speak against the budget. And finally, for the challenge to the cut my taxes people in this room, I suspect you don't even really know what your property taxes are that go to only Peachtree City. You see the total due, you pay it, and you take the rest of the bill to your tax preparer. And even if you know them, you don't really know how they've changed over time. They're a matter of public record. I could pull them. We could hang around after the meeting. We could take a look at it. And I'm running out of time. So tell me for your property taxes you don't get value for living in this city.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Mr. Chip Yeri.
All right, I guess I'm the lucky one to close out hockey talk tonight. So, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name's Chip Yari. I live in Noonan. For the past 3 years, I've had the honor and pleasure of being the president of the Peachtree City Hockey Association. You've heard tonight about our history, our vision, and the families who have poured countless hours into this program. What I want to leave with you tonight is the bigger picture of the consequence if the wrong decision is made with the current issue at hand. For nearly 30 years, Peachtree City Hockey has been a cornerstone of roller hockey. Hundreds of kids and adults have grown up on our rink, not just learning hockey, but learning teamwork, resilience, and responsibility. And that doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of consistency, structure, and trust that families know exactly where to turn for their children's hockey experience. What concerns me the most is the suggestion to divide that structure by recognizing 2 competing organizations. And this isn't just about hockey. If it happens here, it sets a precedent for every other sport Peachtree City hosts. From pickleball to baseball, where I'm already aware there are people waiting to see what happens tonight. Across the country, municipalities from Minnesota to New York have learned the hard way that allowing multiple associations in the same community leads to confusion, strained facilities, and loss of trust. Many have since adopted a 1 association per sport policy for exactly that reason, and I would strongly encourage Peachtree City to do the same. My Vice President Jeremy spoke earlier about the personal cost of when this happens. He lived through the hockey wars, where resources were divided, families were caught in the middle, and within a few seasons, both programs collapsed. We don't want that. We have put too much hard work into this. Since this is an election year, I know every member of this council values accountability and responsiveness. That's what our association has shown. And that's what our families deserve from their city. The decision tonight is not about personalities, it's about protecting a proven community asset and preventing division that would weaken it. The other side tonight has talked about the lack of 8U. We decided to table the 8U program, 1, because there's not a lot of participation, 2, the children simply don't have the skills to really compete in a competitive setting, and our governing associations above us have given us word that they are going to phase out the 8U program and devote all the energy to building the foundation of the sport. So I'll end with this. Our kids are watching. They're looking to see how we in Peachtree City Stand behind the programs that build the community, foster character, and give them a place to belong. We need to be united, not divided. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Last to speak is Ms. Valerie Alexander.
Before I start, I want to observe how many young people are in this room who are just behaving phenomenally, and I just want to thank all the amazing parents in here for just how incredible these kids have been. So thank you. Hi, I'm Valerie Alexander. I'm a homeowner in Breland Village. I'm also on the board of Visit Peachtree City. I'm one of Launch Fayette's entrepreneurs in residence, and I'm a graduate of Peachtree City 101. So I have had the privilege of working with many of our incredible city employees. Our teams win awards and earn grants. Our fire department's Class 1 rating lowers insurance premiums for all of us. For the last 6 months, this exceptional staff has worked countless hours to craft a comprehensive, transparent municipal budget, responding to every council request that was presented to them. Clint Holland publicly congratulated Justin Strickland, saying, "Compliments to you, Mr. City Manager, for putting together that budget." Now, these employees should be feeling the three things critical to workforce happiness: accomplishment, autonomy, and acknowledgement for their amazing work. Instead, they're experiencing the #1 cause of workplace unhappiness: toxic leadership. When Clint Holland torpedoed the vote on the very budget he complimented, irresponsibly demanding that our reserves be used to lower property taxes, and when Councilwoman Johnson explained that there was no legal path for his scheme to reduce residents' property taxes, that it would only benefit businesses, he immediately flip-flopped and said, "Oh, right, yeah, I want to lower business taxes." So, Mr. Holland, when you walk into meeting rooms and living rooms all over town now and claim that you tried to lower our property taxes and they blocked you, we know you're lying. But more importantly, we know that you know you're lying. And worse, your political stunt hurt the people who serve this city. In government, where labor is a substantial chunk of the budget, the happiness of our workforce matters. And I know because I am also the CEO of Speak Happiness. We show leaders how to maximize the happiness of their workforce. That is not an incidental concern. Gallup has been researching this topic for more than 3 decades, finding that happy workplaces have 41% less absenteeism, up to 59% less turnover, 28% less theft, and 70% fewer workers' compensation claims. When you compromise what's good for this city for your campaign agenda, we all suffer. Labor costs rise, services go down, and ultimately, our taxes go up. Please treat the city workforce with the dignity and appreciation they deserve. Support their autonomy to do the work we hired them to do. That is real fiscal stewardship. Anyone who would sacrifice the well-being of the phenomenal human beings who serve this city just to score political points should not be in one of those chairs. And if you truly want to lower the tax bill for Peachtree City, stop being a toxic boss.
Thank you. Next, hold your applause. Was that our last public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council, do we have any agenda changes?
Yes, ma'am. I make a motion that we move 3 consent agenda items to new business for further discussion. These would be items A, D, and E.
I'll second that.
All right. Discussion?
Well, we'll talk about it when we.
Well, I have a motion and a second. I'll support that if you want to pull that out. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Any other agenda changes? Minutes. August 21st, 2025 City Council meeting minutes, August 21st executive session minutes, September 4th, 2025 City Council work session minutes, September 4th executive session minutes. Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve minutes from A, B, C, and D meetings.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Consent agenda items B, C, F, and G. Can I get a motion? Do I need to read these into the record?
I think you're fine.
I think we're fine. B, C, F, and G. Can I get a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve items B, C, F, and G of the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. And with that, we have appointed to the Airport Authority Margaret Amalfitano with Kevin Brady as the alternate. We have appointed to the Planning Commission Scott Rittenauer, Hans Gant, and Kenneth Hamner as the alternate. We have, and we've approved a couple other contracts. I just want to say, if I have called your name, would you please stand up? These are volunteers who are going to be working for us on our boards, commissions, and authorities. So let's thank them. All right, new agenda items. Is this where they go, Ted, now, these three?
I would do items A and B and then take up the consent agenda items.
A, D, and E.
No, A and B on new agenda.
A, B, and new
I
New
would move
agenda,
those- I would move those three consent agenda items below the other two.
Will
new
do.
agenda items.
Will do, thank you. New agenda item A, 92502, new alcohol license, The Wine Bar, 312 Willow Bend Road. Stacy?
Madam Mayor and Council, good evening. In front of you, there is an application from Mr. Michael Serapine and his daughter, Ms. Bailey Serapine to open a wine bar at 312 Willow Bend, which was formerly the Blue Roofs. The applicants, as well as the location, have met all the requirements for an alcohol license. And it will be a wine, predominantly wine, but they will also have some beer and some distilled spirits. So they're going for the full license plus Sunday sales.
Okay, questions, council? Can I get a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve new agenda item 92502, new alcohol license wine bar for 312 Willow Bend Road.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. New agenda item B, 92503, Fayette Hockey Club for a facility usage agreement. Michelle Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Michelle Johnson. I am new to the city, 2 weeks, so I am here to discuss the facility use agreement for the Fayette Hockey Club. So if there's any questions,
Well,
you want to introduce?
yeah, so previous meeting, council asked us to get this onto the agenda with a facility use agreement for Fayette Hockey Club, which we have done. After that meeting, the Recreation Advisory Group decided to add it as an item to their agenda between the two meetings that we've had, and they wanted to make a recommendation to council. So I believe they have made that recommendation, and the chairperson of the Recreation Group is here tonight to just give a little summary of their recommendation, Ms. Erin McDowell.
Thank you. I do want to add on just off the cuff, it is amazing to see the amount of children in here tonight. You are what makes the city great. You are the future. So don't quit coming to these things. They are not scary. Keep listening. Keep being great. Good evening. First of all, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. I am Erin McDowell. I am the chair of the Recreation Advisory Group. I represent a group of citizens that are volunteers. We serve at the pleasure of council, and we are dedicated to the recreation of Peachtree City. At our last week, we were able to add the discussion of adding Peachtree City Hockey as a agenda item meeting. After thorough discussion, which included public comment, as well as using the hands-on extensive knowledge that our group has, facility use agreements within our group, the Recreation Advisory Group unanimously voted not to recommend a facility use agreement to Fayette Hockey Club. The Recreation Advisory Group unanimously recommends denying the facility use agreement to reinforce the city's commitment to recreational play and to support the long-standing community organization of Peachtree City Hockey that already provides both recreational and travel programs. Awarding a second agreement would undermine established partnerships, create scheduling and prioritization conflicts, and open the door to unnecessary future disputes. It also prevents and lacks the ability for our individual citizens to use the court. We have one court. A city provides recreational facilities for citizens to use in our associations under agreements as our vessel for organized engagement. Our commitment must remain to recreational play over travel, particularly when a current association offers both. It is not up to us to determine the acceptable level of recreational versus travel competition. That is an organizational dispute. At the last meeting, it was even stated that rec isn't competitive. While not all of us are in your face, it's mostly because we are at our facilities working on them, volunteering daily. I can tell you that not long ago, every single one of us were glued to ESPN watching the Little League World Series. That was a rec all-star team. The girls did the same. You won't see it. I hope you will one day. I can assure you that our leagues and our associations remain some of the strongest in the area and the state. True recreational play is the heartbeat of a town. When we start making choices for a particular travel team or program that could negatively impact a local community program that has been established for years, we lose sight of the why. The why is what made Peachtree City great and why our current associations have some of the best numbers in any surrounding area. Our why must remain on the recreational play side. Local organizations die when the focus shifts to travel. When that happens, our associations and our citizens, particularly the children, suffer because adults can't get along. It is of the utmost importance to protect and support the organizations within our town that have developed relationships within the city and the community. When these relationships coexist, everyone benefits and our city flourishes. To reiterate, the Recreation Advisory Group recommends not to allow a facility use agreement to Fayette Hockey.
Thank you. Michelle, did you have any further presentation or comments?
No, just if there's any questions to see if we can answer.
Okay. Council, questions?
No questions.
No questions?
I don't have any questions.
Any comments? Thoughts?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of comments on this. It's interesting when you have a subject like this that comes up that you think is really simple. That's how it gets presented to you sometimes as a council member. This is not a big deal, is what we get told sometimes. This is an easy thing. And I'm grateful for the communication that I've been able to have between last meeting and this meeting because my eyes have been opened. I have sat down and spoken to members of both sides of this issue, and I appreciate their time. I attended the Recreation Advisory meeting. I have made a house call. I have reached out to personal friends who play hockey in an effort to get to the root of this issue. And I'm very grateful for Erin and her Recreation Advisory Group and for them to take this. And I think that the message that they have sent is very clear. I think that her experience as a president of a recreational league gave valuable insight, especially to me, to see what the possibility is of what could happen in the future if we allow two associations to exist. I'm grateful for Jeremy Richardson's comments about what's happened in the past and his experience of having teams that have fallen apart or organizations that have fallen apart in a series of 5 years and taken 8 years to rebuild. I don't want to see that here in Peachtree City. This is the root of this is from a disagreement. The root of this is it could be solved. If we accommodate every time we have a dispute in some little league organization, if we accommodate when there's a group that wants to splinter, it would be so devastating to all of our recreational programs. And we can't do that. And this is a splinter group. When I sat down with the Fayette Hockey Club, I asked, what percentage of these players come from Peachtree City Hockey Association? It was 100%. 100% of these players are coming and being poached from this other team, and sometimes not knowingly. When I've reached out to a personal friend who has been part of hockey for a long time, her children were asked to play, and it was very unclear until just a couple of weeks ago that this was even a different league. So I very strongly support Peachtree City Hockey Association, and I'm encouraged that they would possibly open an 8U team. If 100% of these players are coming from Peachtree City Hockey, it shows me that there's 100% of these people who could make this even better. We're not here to accommodate when you can't get along. No one's making you play hockey. You don't have to get along. You don't have to do it, but I support Peachtree City Hockey Association. I'm trying to see if there's any other notes. Oh, I admire your passion. All of you.
All of you.
Like,
Yeah.
hockey, good grief. Y'all have taken over my life the last couple weeks. Like, if there is anything that I have seen, it is the passion for this sport that has come through very clearly. So kudos to all of you kids. So good job.
All right. Council, any other comments?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. You want me to
You
go?
want me to go?
Okay,
All
I'll go.
Okay, you go.
Sorry about that. I think a vote against approving this would be a vote against the children who would be participating. What I hear is that these two groups have not been getting along, and I think if we vote to force them to get along, they're not necessarily going to get along. And I ask you, who's going to suffer? The children. And I think that a request on the part of the new team, the Fayette Hockey Club, if they're asking for 3 hours and the old group is vehemently fighting against giving them 3 hours, I think that that pretty much tells us they're not going to get along. We need to let the two of them survive and then eventually see what happens. But I think to fail to give the time to the new club when they've complied with everything that this council and our recreation department told them that they had to comply with, they've done it. And I'm not going to do that to the kids. So I'm in favor of granting the facilities use agreement.
Okay. Mr. Hall?
Yeah, I think that the new Fayette Hockey Club travel team has been formed for very high skill versus the recreation hockey. And that, I believe, is a fact. But I really don't care about precedences of bringing some other club in, because there's no ordinance that bars that. This is just precedence. And any agreement in any sport, you can bring any other team or any other organization in. Got to remember this, though. It's all about the kids. This is not about bickering adults. It's all about the kids. The kids want to play hockey. They love to play it. They're passionate, as Councilwoman Johnson said. They're passionate about this. I know I was passionate about sports when I was younger. Why are we then just saying, oh, you guys can all play because you're on the Peachtree City Hockey Club, but you on the Fayette County, we're not even going to give you 3 hours a week to practice, to take a travel team, to travel against some other very high-skilled hockey players around the state. I'll tell you, this kind of bothered me because it's basically an exclusion instead of an inclusion issue. We're excluding children that want to play in a different league at a higher level, and now they're not going to be allowed to unless we pass this today. Now, remember, we have all types of sports here. We have multiple playgrounds for all the young kids. We have splash pads. We've got baseball. We got soccer. We've got lacrosse. We've got swimming. We got basketball and many other sports. But why is it the kids who play on a travel hockey team, who are what we like to call here the best of the best, to represent Peachtree City, they're not allowed to go and play. I think that's exclusive instead of inclusive. And I would like to have a good hockey team represent this city and travel around the state, the best of the best within this city, travel around and compete against other very important cities around the area. Now, this is not really about the adults either. I said they're bickering away. But it's a matter of staff issues of coordinating the recreation schedule. If you can coordinate the schedule between two organizations, you can share the facilities. Does that mean that Peachtree City Hockey needs 100% of all the time there? No, they don't. They can afford to put 3 hours aside. Again, this is all about the kids. This is not about organizations arguing back and forth. We want to make sure we get the kids get to play hockey that they are very passionate about and they want to play. So I'm going to suggest that the recreation scheduling is really the crux of this. They need to be able to schedule to accommodate everybody who wants to play hockey in this city, regardless of what club they're on, what organization. I think we should be fair and share it. So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to make a motion that we approve item 092503, Fayette Hockey Club for a facility usage agreement.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
On a 2-2 vote, the motion does not carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
New agenda item. A, consider appointment to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I wanted this to be removed from the consent agenda because it involves the reappointment of a candidate in our current election to a volunteer board position. We should not be reappointing anyone who is currently running for office. I make a motion to reconvene the committee for a different selection or postpone this appointment until after this election at the committee's choice.
I'll second that.
Discussion. What difference does it make whether they're a candidate? They may or may not win. And I got to be honest, we had one person come in for interviews. It wasn't a matter of candidate consideration. It was a matter of here's one person who came in for the interviews. We had a great interview, and he happens to be an extremely well-qualified person who has served on this board previously. What difference does it make whether they're a candidate?
Well, they can remain on the board until after the election, and I think that it conveys the wrong idea at this point in time to appoint somebody who's a candidate.
So remind me of your motion. What is it you want to do? We don't have anybody else. We interviewed those who came in and made this appointment.
I made the motion to reconvene the committee for a different selection or postpone this appointment until after this election at the committee's choice.
Do you want to, with that, continue the current term of the current person who's serving?
I think they're automatically in that position until the end. I don't know, when
End of
does
their
the
term.
term end?
September 30th. So previously, something similar came up and
Joe, I'm going to ask you to take the microphone, please, so we have it on record.
Yeah, we had a board member, the position wasn't filled right away, so that board member stayed on until the position was.
Until there's a new person appointed.
Yep.
That's what, I was trying to remember what the bylaw, I don't have them in front of me, but okay.
Yeah, no, that's usually that's what's happened in the past.
Then that person would stay on until a new person is appointed. So
That's correct.
The term is September 30th too, right, Stacey?
Right.
Correct.
So that means they'll stay on until September 30. And then it remains empty after that.
And no.
They stay on the
No,
board.
they would stay on.
Until another person is appointed.
And that is in the bylaws?
That's what they're telling me, I don't have them in front of me.
Okay.
to be honest.
It's
I
not
think we need to-
specifically outlined in the bylaws, so in the past, the board has continued the member to stay on
I
until.
do
a new
remember
member's-
that happened within the last couple of years. In fact, I
Yep.
think it was the chair at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and that was the interpretation we came up with. That sounds right.
So do you want to reconvene, as you said, the committee after the election, and until that time, we'll keep the current person on the board?
Yes, that's what I suggested.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Wait, can we ask some questions?
Please, yes.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is Joe Campbell still gets to finish this term, but we're not going to officially appoint him until after the election. Is this correct?
That's what I'm hearing.
Well,
Go ahead. Suzanne, you want to comment?
Ted Maker's saying.
He's in the position until somebody else is appointed or he's reappointed.
And the
Is
issue.
there anything
And if-
illegal about him being appointed and also being a candidate?
No.
Okay, I would like to ask this council, is there anything about Joe Campbell's service that has been disappointing that he should not be serving in this role? Like, why? I just don't understand. In my experience.
Because I'm running against Clint.
Thank you, Joe.
That's it. I'm the guy they're talking about. And the reason why those two don't want to do this is because I'm running in post 3. Not necessarily against Clint, it just happens to be in the same post. So that's why they're doing this. Again, grandstanding for political reasons.
Which is what you're doing right now.
You asked me up here to answer questions.
I didn't.
I didn't.
Mayor
I did.
Mayor did.
Yeah, so we go through a process, and just so everyone knows, boards, commissions, authorities, they're appointed by the mayor plus one council member and that board, commission, or authority chairperson. We go through the public posting of the position. It happens every summer. We try to keep it consistent and attract as many people as possible to these to these seats. It's great to get more and more citizen engagement. In fact, since we had PTC 101 these last 2 springtimes, we usually have more applicants than ever. It's really great. But this time, there were 2, and then 1 just couldn't make it in for the interview, and so we ended up, without telling him, we let Joe come in and have his interview. And not only has he done an amazing job so far in the role already, but he was the only person who came in for the role. And thank goodness, happy coincidence, he's extremely well qualified. So yeah, that is, the committee made this recommendation, and I can't really imagine why there would be a problem with that. Certainly no legal problems.
Madam Mayor, I'll just call the question.
All right, so if you want to reconvene a committee after the election, but until that time, he will serve in the role. All right, that's fine. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
May I ask a question real fast? Would that mean then the committee with the same applicants, or?
We'll have to figure it
It's the
out.
committee's
Yep.
choice.
We'll have to figure it out. Thank you, Stacy. Oh, boy. Consent agenda item D, consider appointments to the Transportation Advisory Group.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I wanted this to be removed from the consent agenda because the incumbent who was not recommended for reappointment is one of the most knowledgeable and active members of this committee that we have, and I feel that he deserves to be reappointed.
I can concur with that. I know Keith, and I've seen him do transportation work over at Fayette County, and he's not only done a great job here in our organization at the Transportation Advisory Group, but he also is involved in the county and even beyond the county into the state and transportation issues. And to have him, a guy with that kind of credentials, you just talked about Mr. Campbell and his credentials. You had another one who's got high credentials, but nonetheless, you removed him. So I'm saying, I think that's, you can't have you can't do it both ways. If they're good, qualified people, they need to stay on these committees. We need them. They do the work, they put the organization together, and at this point, I think it's a travesty that that gentleman is not on this list.
Okay, I'll take this one. I wish that either one of you had taken the time to reach out to me and ask me why we appointed these 3 quality people to the Recreation Board and did not reappoint Keith Larson. I wish that either one of you would have reached out to me. I would have been happy to have a conversation about it, and here's what I would have told you. The same thing that I told Mr. Larson when I called him and told him that he would not be reappointed. We chatted for a long time, and I told him, I am his biggest fan. He knows things about transportation the rest of us, even on this dais, can only dream of. I told him, I want you to continue your work with the county, with the state. He's bike walk advocate. He is an amazing and knowledgeable person. And I asked him to please continue that work because we need it and we need his input. We saw it in our last meeting, and I want him to continue that work. But now we have an opportunity for him to continue to be effective and in a leadership role. He's here on a regular basis to give presentations, very knowledgeable. And we have an opportunity to introduce 3 more people who want to get involved. Citizen engagement is what it's all about. We've got it with Mr. Larson, and it will continue. And so he and I had that conversation. I don't think it's necessary to fail to approve, since you were not on the committee that went through these interviews for these transportation group volunteers. I just wish that you would have voiced your objectives, or your objections, or your concerns. I would have been happy to tell you. Keith is a revered and valued transportation expert who will continue the good work. It just doesn't need to be on that committee, and we have an opportunity to bring in 3 new people who also have expertise.
That's not what he told me when he called to discuss this. He had a totally different opinion of that conversation, Mayor
That's
Kim.
fine, that's fine. I would have been happy.
His conversation with me, he said, basically, Mayor Kim said, we don't want you on there because we're going to take the Transportation Committee in a different direction. And I went, whoa.
Well, this is the first again, Mr.
Well,
Holland.
hey, look, this is
Communication,
what you
sir.
spoke to him about, Kim.
I did.
Is not, I'm just relating what he told me.
So we have 3 citizen volunteers who would like to be on the Transportation Advisory Group. They've been vetted and interviewed. We had a committee, myself, Ms. Johnson, and the TAG committee chair, Paul Schultz. We had great conversations. We had several applicants, and these were the ones that we chose. So, I think that you're relying a little more on emotion and certainly not on communication. I submit. You've already heard me give the accolades, and I wish, Mr. Holland, that you just would have picked up the phone. I think you can acknowledge that I've been reaching out to you for about a week and a half now, in writing, phones, texts.
And it's been on a different topic. It's in regards to
I have been reaching out to
recreation,
you for
not on transportation.
Been reaching out
But
to you, sir.
Let's just push that aside. What was said to the man, that we're going in a different direction on transportation.
Yeah.
That's what you said. So you're agreeing that that's...
It's 3 new people. They're right here in your packet. Mr. Larson is vastly talented and knowledgeable.
But you didn't want to put him back on some place that we really need his talents.
No, I asked him to please continue to be involved. It just won't be on that committee. I wish that you had asked me about this, Mr. Holland.
I wish that you had called and talked to me instead of sending me texts all the time, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Who wants to make a motion?
Hey, can I speak to this?
Please.
So there's a process in appointing committees, and it's the mayor's role to appoint these committees, and she can bring in people to help her, and so that is what we have done here. Keith Larson has served his term. It is the natural progression of this system that he serves his term and that we accept other applicants to serve in that role. Sometimes people are reappointed, sometimes they are not. And if he isn't, it doesn't mean that he hasn't done a good job. Keith Larson is very knowledgeable. Keith Larson, we are going to hear from him whether we want to or not, because good grief, he will communicate to us till he is blue in the face, and God love him for it. But there is a natural progression, and we have gone through that. We have gone through that process, and I feel like it's an insult to the people who have stepped up and who have applied for that role that we have chosen to appoint to these roles that, I mean, have y'all met them? Have y'all sat down with them? Do you know who they are? They deserve a chance to serve this community just like he has. So thank you, Keith, and we appreciate what you have done. For the first time, he may not be here tonight. I don't know. He's always here. But I think we have qualified individuals that deserve to serve and that I think will do a great job in this role, and they deserve the support of this council. That's all.
I don't think any applicant could hold the amount of experience, knowledge, and background that Keith has. He's demonstrated his commitment to transportation issues for the 4.5 years that I have been attending every city council meeting in person. He deserves to be reappointed. You simply should not take the most experienced, knowledgeable member of our community and that committee and toss him aside.
Can I get a clarification from our city attorney? I think in the city charter, the mayor appoints and serves as ex officio member of all committees.
That's what the charter says.
Okay, well, if this doesn't pass, I'll make these 3 appointments. I would appreciate your buy-in. I would appreciate your respect for the process. I would appreciate not acknowledgement of what Laura is pointing out to all of us, that we do open up these seats for other people to have opportunity to serve. Keith will continue. We had that conversation, and I would appreciate it if you would show these 3 good people your support. They interviewed well. They're vastly qualified.
You know, I talk about the best of the best. You've heard me say it a number of times. Come on, you all know that. Everybody's seen the movie. They know the story behind it. But in this case, you do really have the best of the best in this city with Keith Larson. But he was not able to be reappointed. He'd only been on there for what, 8 months? Something like that. 1 year, he's gone. The best guy we have in the city for transportation, pushed aside to let people in, and they might be very nice people, good quality people, great citizens here, but do they have, and I don't know this because I'm not on there, did they have the qualifications that Keith can bring to the city on transportation issues? And the answer to that is most likely no.
All right. Well, let's get a vote. Let's get a motion.
My motion is that we approve the 3 individuals that have been selected for our Transportation Advisory Group and consent agenda letter, what was this one? D.
D. I'll second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right. Mr. Meeker, let me please advise, tomorrow I will appoint Heidi Becker, Jesse Rice, and Joshua Hicks to our Transportation Advisory Group. Just let me know how to go about it.
I need to review the enabling ordinance for this committee.
Thank you. Item E, consider appointments to the Recreation Advisory Group.
Madam Mayor, I wanted this to be removed from the consent agenda item, or consent agenda, because it involves the appointment of a candidate in our current election to a volunteer board position. I don't believe that at the time of the committee meeting, he was a candidate, but he is now. And we should not be reappointing anyone who is running for office. So I make a motion to reconvene the committee for a different selection or postpone this appointment until after the election at the committee's choice.
If there's no second, it will die on the vine.
This is you made a motion on that?
Oh, yes,
Then
I
I'll
make-
second. Okay,
sorry.
I didn't hear the word I make a motion. Then I will second it.
I have a motion and a second for discussion. Again, Mr. Meeker, let's take a look at the Recreation Advisory Group bylaws and see if the current candidate would be able to stay in the role until such time as we convene after the election.
Y'all are filling up my Friday.
I know. I have one problem, though. We have an extra, we have 2 other people. This is 3 people that we're talking about. Just advise me how we can get them on this board.
Council, we have a motion and second on the table right now. Council, if there's one that they want to withhold approval tonight, which I understood that to be, but approve the other two, then that motion could be made.
Do you wanna do
If
that?
you're looking to hold everybody, then.
I'll
the
amend my
motion-
motion to
Let's,
that
let's
effect.
withdraw your second, please,
I'll withdraw my second.
and withdraw your motion.
I'll amend my motion to what Mr. Meeker just said.
Basically, it would be, I don't have the names in front of me, hold on.
We will approve Mike Pappas and Jordan Childress, as shown in the packet.
And delay the approval of Mr. Polachek.
Which,
That
with
would
the
be the
underst-
motion.
with
Let
the-
me just clarify, is that the motion you're wanting to make?
Yes.
Okay.
do you want to second that?
Yes, I'll second.
It is my understanding that means that Michael Polachek then would stay in the position until such time as we reconvene for another committee assignment, another committee appointment. Mr. Meeker, yes?
Again, I'm pulling up this stuff, but it's whatever the enabling ordinance says is going to govern that.
All right. I
You
have
want
a
to get
motion-
back to us tomorrow on that, Ted?
It looks like, it doesn't speak to what happens if they're, I would say that the default's going to be is that the person stays in the seat until they're replaced.
Okay.
That's generally the way it goes, but again, I'm just kind of going through this quick.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Did you say aye? All opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
And
Thank
I
you.
would like to make a motion to reappoint Mike Polachek and Mike Pappas to 3-year terms on the Recreation Advisory Group and appoint Jordan Childress to fill the remainder of the term vacated by Derek White.
Number one, there's already been a motion and second, and it was approved to appoint two of those persons.
Okay, so
And
that
then-
one stands.
And delay-
Does
and
that,
delay-
you voted for that one?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
put the two in, and tomorrow I can appoint Michael Polachek and Joe Campbell.
Now that council has acted, there would have to be a motion to reconsider Mr. Polachek.
And Mr. Campbell.
Okay.
Isn't that the same issue?
Well, I'm talking, yeah, as far as tonight's action goes, and we're still on this one. If you wanted to reconsider it, there'd have to be a motion and a second and a favorable vote to reconsider this item.
Later?
No,
Or
he's saying
now.
I could do it now. I won't hold it up any longer.
All right, are we done?
With that, I think.
We've been done a long
All right.
time ago.
That was AD&E. Old agenda item, 825-7F, pickleball Mead site update. Chris Hobby and Aaron McDowell.
Good evening. I think we're losing some of the children.
Yeah, take care, all you hockey players.
It's-
See you later.
We're getting past the bedtime.
Yep.
Probably getting past my bedtime. Well, good evening. When I got here last November, one of the first things that I was asked to help with was try to get the pickleball project on the table and moving forward. And Scott George is here with Target Sports, and Scott's going to go through a presentation. But I just want to say that from my experience, and I've been doing this now 29 years in local government in Georgia, that the amount of public participation that we get in projects is phenomenal. Look at the room tonight, and this is not normal. This is not what happens everywhere else across the state. It's a good thing that it happens here. And in this
That's why we're special.
That's right, we're special. In this project in particular, we had a SPLOST committee that added this as the very last project on the SPLOST list. And the chairman of that committee spoke at RAG on Monday and talked about the process and how pickleball got added. RAG met twice where they allowed public comment on this project, and they took those comments and had Target go back and change the plans to reflect what the public had said they wanted. And amazingly, Target was able to turn that around in hours. And Target Sports, and Scott's going to come up here, and I'm not an advertisement for Target, but they've done over 1,000 pickleball complexes around the world, not just in the United States. They're doing a $7 million project in Columbus, just south of us. So they're experts in this field. But RAG made a unanimous recommendation that we proceed with a particular design. Lots of feedback. RAG took some stuff out. They took a good bit of stuff out, actually, because they wanted to be responsible about the budget. But the pickleball community, to my understanding, supports the project as it's being presented tonight. So with that, I'm going to introduce Scott and let him come up and show you what RAG has come up with, and we'll see where it goes.
Good evening, Scott.
Good evening. I want to start off by kind of echoing Chris's comment about the public involvement in this. I just wrapped up an $11 million park renovation project, and it was a design build project, covered 3 different parks. We ended up, we had 4 total citizens participate in the design shreds, and I think we're over 30 people just for this project. So kudos to you all and to the community for allowing everybody to get involved like you do. Is this my clicker? Okay. And I do need to clarify one thing, although hopefully, Chris, we will be, but we are trying to go after the project in Columbus, but unless you know something I don't know. And if so, thank you. Thank you. So, all right, so again, we met with with the citizens, with all of our great pickleballers, with the rec advisory group, and as well as with the staff to talk about what does this pickleball complex look like. Now, originally we were tasked with trying to get something into a very tight budget, and so we came out of the gates with a pretty generic layout. Minimal sidewalks, minimal shade structures, and just said, okay, if this is the budget, this is what we're going to try to get you designed to. After meeting with the citizens, meeting with the rec advisory group, we came up with this version of the plan, which would still have 18 pickleball courts, but we've taken the site and added more of a gathering plaza on the west side. The pickleball the pickleball groups originally were like, hey, could we have a bigger plaza in the middle of the courts running east and west? We tried to squeeze it in, but because of topography with drainage, things like that, it just was not possible. And with the thought of we're trying to stay as far away from the adjoining houses as we can. So this was the kind of the overall layout of it. I will note that we have 50 parking spaces shown. The original plan had additional parking on the east side, and I'll show you what has changed with that, and then we can go in a little bit more detail with that as well. I'll also point out that we do have stormwater management that's going to be a part of this project as well on the southwest corner there. So we're making sure that we're good stewards of the environment. So this is kind of the front door for the Mead Pickleball Complex. So people come into the park and they're greeted with with shade and plenty of hard surfaces to be able to get around. But most importantly, it's branded and people know where they're at. The overall concept for kind of the master plan for the park you're seeing here, again, the 18 courts. At the request of the rec advisory group, we did reduce the shade structures down on this down to a total of 8. With the idea that you can always add shade structures later. There's a little bit of concrete work that has to be done to make that happen, but it is not something that you cannot do later. The parking lot that was on the east side, again, with the the guidance from the RAG, they said let's make it a destination park. Let's have families there. Let's have everybody there enjoying it, not just pickleball, but make it a multi-purpose facility. Now, while we don't have the playground in our proposal as part of it, we have designed a layout that would allow that park type amenity, as well as a shelter house to the north of the park, or of the playground. Here you see one of the first courts as you walk into the facility. Shade structures in the background. We do have 4-foot dividing fences between the courts to keep balls within each other's courts and make sure that players aren't running into each other. You also see along the fence, these are just, obviously we're not going to put our banners out there, but these are opportunities for the city to either sell sponsorships or naming rights for the courts, whatever they may be. We also do have an option to be able to put logos on the courts, and we can paint those on there. There would be an additional cost to that, but it is something that if you have you decide along the process that you want to do that, we have done that before. And our crew is very talented and have done some really beautiful murals on the courts as well. So if you can dream it, they can put it on the concrete. So here, I mentioned that park shelter. This is just a view, looking out across with hopes of all of the participants enjoying this park. Here, it's just the walkway in between the courts. We have added, and you don't see it in this picture, but there are drinking fountains on each side of the facility, one on the west, one on the east, so that there's drinking fountains with bottle fillers so everybody can stay hydrated. Not that it doesn't get hot or anything down here. So this is, and I had to kind of squeeze this in, and I apologize for the formatting of everything, but trying to get everything up to where you could see it. So this is how everything broke out. Like I said, the original base scope you see up top, which was 1.3 for construction costs. We already had discussed the design build fees, design, pre-construction, and general conditions at your previous meeting that was awarded to get things going. But the base scope is at 1.3. Again, talking with staff, with the groups, we added all these other line items into here to get this where we're actually at now. I will note, our totals up here, well, with the exception of the entrance sign, drinking fountain, and landscaping allowance. So those 3 items, if you count 2 drinking fountains, those items are yet to be formally bid. It's an allowance because we got more design input that we need to get from the city on the entrance sign. We're working on the drinking fountain numbers as we speak because that was something that came up just a few days ago. And then the landscaping, we'll work with the code requirements and whatnot, whatever you want for trees. Or that may be something you guys decide, hey, you know what, get us the entrance sign, get us the drinking fountain, and we'll do, trees and things like that on our own. So anyways, so that is an allowance. Everything else is actually what the costs are for the work that's to be completed. I will note we have several cooperative contracts that are nationwide contracts that are competitively bid, and a lot of our communities use those contracts. With the importance of this project and the overall, what we believe is a very valuable project for this community, you're actually about a little over 13% below what our actual cooperative contracts are. So a substantial savings. Hopefully, if anybody's from a neighboring community, they don't actually ask what your guys' total was, because I don't know if it'll always be that same. So, but nonetheless, it has been compared to that contract, so we made sure that you guys are getting the best prices that you can possibly get on this. What you don't see on this list is a 10% contingency, because honestly, I couldn't fit it in there and make everything work from being able to view it. But that 10% contingency is an owner's contingency. It's nothing that we will use. It will only be used in the event of the city's approval for it. Things that may come into place with that would be when we're putting in the light bases, we come in, we hit rock, have issues with rock, then that contingency could be used to remove the rock. Our installer, or the company that's came out and give us numbers on all of the lights, they don't believe they're going to hit rock. They're familiar with the area, and I think we're going to be fine. But nonetheless, we wanted to make sure that we accounted for that. And if there's anything else along the way that you guys decide that you want to change up, add, if you decide, hey, let's go ahead and let's do a shelter, or let's do a playground, whatever that may be, then we can work through pricing with that and help you through that. But again, that 10%, if we don't need it, it goes right back. We're not going to touch it. Let's see here. Oh, I'm going to go backwards here. So that's it in a nutshell as far as kind of how we got here, what our numbers are looking like. Open it up for questions, or I think maybe Aaron's speaking to, or whatever that order needs to be.
Don't want to keep you here any later than necessary, so if you have questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them or get help if I need it.
So what is the measure that we're voting on tonight? What would it be?
It would be this is the RAG's recommendation, that the council approve moving forward with this project as presented for the total budget number of $2,376,092.05. And these old eyes. So that is the recommendation from the Recreation Advisory Group, and that's it.
All right. Council, any questions? I understand it was a great meeting, a lot of give and take, a lot of horse trading. To Mike Murtaugh's point, I'm proud of the effort that was put in here. I think that the Recreation Advisory Group did a great job after a very, very long process. So, Council?
Well, I guess I'll go first then. Let's take a deep breath on the pickleball pressure. Peachtree City does deserve the best, but the sudden acceleration of planning and promotion around the pickleball courts is no coincidence, because it is election season. And once again, we're watching history repeat itself. The hockey rink debacle should serve as a cautionary tale. Despite being sold as a fully enclosed facility, the taxpayers have spent hundreds of thousands of more post-construction, and the rink still fails to meet the original promise. This pickleball project has been controversial from the start. It was never originally a Tier 1 priority in the SPLOST. It was strategically bumped up in the list in a narrow 3-2 vote, and 2 of those people who vote in favor of bumping it up are no longer on this council. In fact, they haven't served in over 2 years. So there's not really a consensus of the current council. Now we're hit with a bloated project budget, a rush timeline, and a proposal that puts us in direct competition with private businesses that have invested millions and pay taxes to this city. Why would we undermine them? Maintenance costs for these courts will be significant, yet the current plan suggests free access for all. We've always charged fees for high-cost and high-maintenance facilities like the tennis center and Kedron Pool. So why is this different? Where's the funding plan? And even more troubling is a valuable city asset is being offered for free to people who don't pay a dime in Peachtree City taxes. Meanwhile, our residents, already burdened by rising taxes, will be stuck footing the bill for upkeep. It's not fair. That's not sustainable. The proposed location isn't convenient for most Peachtree City residents, which is a huge complaint that I've heard. And let's not forget the cost missteps with our existing courts. We've been down this road before. At a recent forum, candidate Steve Brown proposed a public-private partnership, an idea worth serious consideration. Private entities are already operating successfully, but we haven't even explored any type of collaboration. Why haven't the non-resident members of the Pickleball Association asked their own local governments to invest in pickleball? This project's aggressive timeline or timetable feels reckless, designed to force a vote before the election. That's not how we should conduct the people's business. Why wasn't the contractor held to our budget? Why the rush? I support exploring all alternatives, better locations, meeting the budget, partnerships, and user fees, and I strongly oppose the vote until after the election. There are whispers that this project is being used to buy votes. Let's remove that doubt and prove to our constituents that we operate with integrity, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. Peachtree City deserves thoughtful planning, not political theater. I think we need to delay this vote until after the election in November.
You want me to go next?
Yep. Sure.
Sounds like it. All right. So I think one thing that we can see very clearly tonight is that recreation might be a little bit important in this city. And people who say differently, if you're in this room and you say differently, you might want to reconsider, because recreation is vital. Recreation is why so many of my friends, so many families moved to this city. I was, I think, the only member of this council that went to both of these meetings. So I saw the process. I was silent. I did not contribute, but I was there as a listening participant, and so I was a witness to everything that Mike Murtaugh talked about tonight. There was citizen input. There was people who were on a person who was on the SPLOST committee before. The Recreation Advisory Group went through this line by line. They took some things out and shaved, but they knew how important that this facility and this location is to Peachtree City and to them. To say that this is rushed, it kind of makes me laugh, because good grief, how long have y'all been coming to these meetings? I mean, before my time. And so, if anything, there has not been a more patient group than this pickleball community, and bless John Riley for coming to all of these and just petitioning. Okay, but I appreciate the Recreation Advisory Group. I think they did a great job of going through this. That's why we have a Recreation Advisory Group. It was this council who thought a Recreation Advisory Group was very important. And so I get a little frustrated sometimes when we don't listen to them. The funding for this is coming out of our SPLOST dollars. There was a project for this, and yes, this is more than what was planned. There is a $7 million contingency in SPLOST. When the person who was on that SPLOST committee spoke at this Recreation Advisory Group, I think he said that the dollar amount assigned to this project was assigned in about 180 seconds, I think is what he said. They threw a dollar amount at it, as is what happens. And often in a SPLOST project, you under budget and leave a larger contingency so that it allows you that freedom to allot it where you would like to. My guess is Peachtree City might want some of that allotted to pickleball. As far as the location, I think we have seen very clearly in our recreation master plan the need for more recreation on the south side. Our Recreation Advisory Group also said Mead Field is where they would like this. They said the recycling center that is next door, it has been moved over, but it has cost less money. We don't have to move the recycling center and do all of that. So this, I feel like, is a better location that has also saved us money. As far as the timeliness of this vote, I don't know that it has been rushed. This has come when it has come. And our citizens deserve to see where our elected officials stand on these topics. They deserve it. And we deserve to be accountable and not to throw it off till later. I mean, I have right here, I mean, these were minutes from just a few meetings ago. Councilman Holland, the city had says there was a misunderstanding that he and Brown only wanted 12 courts. The city manager had given them some information, and he said he favored 18 courts at Meade and maybe even looking at Riley a little later. So 18 plus more later. I don't think we necessarily need the other ones later, hopefully not. And as far as a public-private partnership, I think we still have the ability to do that, right?
Always do.
Yeah, we always have that
We always
ability.
do.
So, with all of that, I guess since I am talking, I will make the motion that we approve new, where are we? Hold on one second. New agenda item, old agenda item 0825 7F, Pickleball Mead Site Update, for the amount of $2,376,000, 2,376,092. You guys, I got y'all a little worried. And 5 cents.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'd like to make comments, but
No, I need a second before we go to discussion. I'll second it. Now we can open it up for further discussion. Any more, Ms. Johnson?
Not at the moment.
I'd like to make my comments now. I want everybody to hear, particularly you, Lloyd, I want you to hear that I'm in favor of 18 courts. But now the rest of the story. Do we really need all the extra amenities that we're getting? Yes. Okay. These are my questions.
This is not a
Remember,
debate.
my background, I love recreation just like Laura does. I love it dearly. I did it my whole entire life. And I understand the whole process that the rec department, the rec association went through. They did a very good job. They went through the process. Hear what I'm saying? The process. They didn't talk about the money.
Yes.
Where are we going to get it from? You're going to say, oh, well, wait a minute. You got $770,000 in the budget. And you're looking at 2.3 million. That's triple. But wait a minute now. Oh, somebody said, oh, contingencies. We have contingencies. We have $7 million in there. Let's go raid that contingency. Did anybody ever ask the question, why do we have contingency? I think in this case, did we forget as a city that originally we put that contingency in there for many different projects, but most of the time we put it in there because we need a new fire station on the south side. And fire stations are very expensive. You're talking about multi-millions of dollars for a fire station. But oh, wait a minute, let's go spend it on pickleball. Wait a minute, you're going to say that pickleball is more important than a fire station? I'm not saying I want an answer on that. I'm just throwing it out as an idea. I'm trying to be a good steward of the money that we have, satisfy the pickleball people, but let's not forget that safety is number one in this city, and that is making sure that we have good fire stations. On the south side, we have half of a fire station in a rental building. So what I'm saying is that in order for us to pay for this, I think that we need to take this and take another look at the amenities portion of it. And not because I'm against the amenities. Come on, I want benches and things like that. But do we need them in the first go-round? Yes. I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt your statements over there, but I think I have the mic right now. But the answer is, yes, we need those amenities, but do we need them right now? You mean to tell me you'd have to have amenities to go along with 18 pickleball courts right now? When some of the costs that you go through here can be done by our city staff and public works. Oh, wait a minute. That does cut the cost down, doesn't it? So we can still get 18 courts, which I said I'm in favor of and would like to vote on that, but I'm not going to be paying for all those amenities. I think what we got to do is separate the amenities away from the pickleball courts, get those started, and the amenities we can handle next year, which is only a few months away. It's only a few months away, and put them in the budget for next year. And What I believe is the right thing to do is just approve the top portion of this, which is the base scope. It starts the construction, starts to put everything together. It's at $1.3 million. We got 770 already set aside. Yes, that means we're going to have to dip in for $500,000. But I still got money to pay for that fire station later on. When the city manager comes and says, we're ready to do that fire station, we need to have some money. Where we're going to get it? The contingency it's built under SPLOST. So I think that we have to be wise with the use of the money. And that's really all I'm saying. I'm not against 18 pickleball courts. So please stop with all the haranguing on me of, oh, you want to turn it down. No, I don't. I want to vote for it. But I don't want to spend all the money for all the, what he calls the alternates. I don't think we should be doing that right now. And that's my stance on this, Madam Mayor. And I'm hoping that we can reconsider the motion and amend it, and maybe I can amend that. Is that a proper thing to do here?
No, we have a motion
Counselor?
on the table.
Somebody would have to withdraw the motion or the second.
Okay. And then I could amend it?
Then somebody could amend it.
Okay. Do I get someone to, pull back so that we can at least do the base scope and get this
No.
thing started?
I'm not withdrawing, no.
Okay.
Are any
I
other
stated my
comments?
piece of,
right.
obviously, it looks like we're going to have a vote.
I will take my comments now. Using municipal facilities. I have 2 grandsons. I take them to Noonan on their bikes so they can use the pump track. C.J. Smith Park in Noonan, so cool. They spent $7 million of SPLOST money to build that wonderful park in Noonan. I go there all the time. They've got another on the south side of Noonan. They've got a castle park with a free splash pad, the whole place. Wide open, gorgeous. I take the grandchildren there all the time. We have municipal tennis courts at Glenlock. We have a free splash pad. We have parks and playgrounds all over our community. That's what we do, and we do it well. We have municipal facilities that we offer for people to come and play for free. That's what they're for. Municipal facilities where they're, and I know a lot of pickleballers go down to the other pickleball facilities like in Griffin. You know, we have the freedom to go to other cities and use municipal facilities at no charge. It's amazing, isn't it? Recreation, municipal facilities. Yes, these courts are intended to be municipal courts. I anticipate that the Peachtree City Fayette Pickleball Association will become the association, and then outside that, it's for free use. That's what municipal facilities are for. Regarding private businesses, the SPLOST committee, if I remember right, brought their proposed list to City Council. I'm sure it was the second meeting in September of 2022, maybe the 15th of September 2022. They brought their $67 million list of SPLOST items recommended to council, and we debated one issue. I think it was, this is 3 years ago. I think it was bathrooms at Battery Way Park, because there are neighbors in that area who don't want bathrooms over there. They don't want to look at restrooms from their front porches. And to make sure we would not put a perfectly good $67 million SPLOST at risk, we took those Battery Way restrooms out of the SPLOST list, and that left money for pickleball. And that vote was unanimous. That vote was unanimous. Look it up. September, I think it was 15th, 2022, is when the SPLOST committee brought to City Council their proposal. We made one change, and I remember saying it was such a good effort by our citizen committee that there was only one change out of a $67 million list, and we passed that unanimously. That was 2022. It got voted in resoundingly by our citizens in 2023, and now 2 years later,
we have private businesses deciding that even though those municipal courts are coming in, that they still want to put in a privately owned indoor pickleball facility 2 years later. This is the culmination of years of input from our citizens, review, a professional company brought in to put something together. Let's make sure, we should be talking about making sure it meets Peachtree City standards for excellence, for uncompromised excellence. That's what Peachtree City is all about. And tonight we have the opportunity to do something that shows uncompromised excellence. It's clear this is what our citizens want. I have a motion and a second on the table. Any other comments before we vote?
Can I just ask a question? Where's Mr. George? Can I ask you a question? Yes. Okay, so an idea was proposed of just doing the base scope, and you were saying earlier that we have a 13%, it sounded like a discount. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Or
10%.
you can say, what's that?
She said 13%, 10%.
No, 13.
It's
Oh,
the
13%
total
off
total
of what
cost
you
is
usually
about
do.
13,
Yes, yes.
is a little over
Sorry.
13% below what our
10%. Yeah.
cooperative contract pricing is.
Okay, so right now we have something that we can do for our citizens, and there's a considerable discount in it. It seems to me that if we were to do a portion now and do more later, that discount would not be a guarantee.
So a couple of things. One, correct, yeah, if we're coming back for a second phase, you still have additional costs that are associated with it. So it's not as easy as just saying, oh, hey, let's do these later. On the alternate list, there are several items that if you don't do when we build it, you won't be able to do it without totally redoing everything. The dividing fences, that's more than just fences. It's 14 dividing fences, but it's also an extra 2,600 square feet of post-tension concrete, because you have to add space between your courts to allow for those fences. So if you don't do it beforehand, then you have to tear out all of the courts to add that space back in. So that one, I would say, yeah, if you want to separate things out, that would be one that if you don't do it now, it is going to cost you a lot more. I mean, it's going to double the cost of the project, because you're going to pay for it once and you're going to pay for it again almost. The 4-foot fence top cap, yes, park staff could put that on. I can show them where to buy it. It's not that big a deal. 8-foot all perimeter fence upgrade, there again, if we put in 6-foot fence, you don't want to tear it back out and put in 8-foot. So that wouldn't make sense. It's doable, but not very cost effective. The 7 additional perimeter gates, here again, all those posts are in concrete. So unless you want to tear things out and redo them on that one, that would not be a good one to do as well. Having access, sidewalks on the east side, the plaza area on the north, obviously, for accessibility, having those sidewalks there would be phenomenal. The benches, yeah, I mean, if you guys want to put in your own benches, they go on top of the concrete in the areas that they're going to be in. They can drill down there and they'll be fine. Canopies, the 10 by 10 canopies, those are going to be in the concrete slab, not the post-tension slab, but the regular concrete slab. So to put those in later would require cutting out roughly a 4 square foot piece of concrete, augering down, pouring in your footings, then putting up your canopy structure, and then pouring everything back on top. And trying to protect the concrete that you're driving on to do all of that. So my guess is you go from about 13,420 a piece to, you're probably gonna add another 4,000 roughly, just in the time and labor to do it the hard way, where we'll do it before the concrete's on top. It makes it much more effective. Parking lot lights, again, if you're gonna have a parking lot, I'm assuming city code requires a certain level of parking lot lighting, but If you want to go without that, totally up to you all. And then same thing with the grading for the parking lot. We're gonna have equipment out there. We laser grade all of our fields and all of our facilities. So we'll have the equipment to make sure that it's graded correctly. However, if you guys want to, use your own staff to do it, that is fine as well. It does. Either way, we just want to make sure that we're maximizing the dollars that you have for the project, and we want to make sure that we're not doing anything now that we'd have to redo if you added it later.
All right, thank you. Since I've been on council, I think we've all experienced a situation where a prior council did a pretty big project and cut costs, and our city is going to have to pay for it in the form of lumber at a pavilion on Drake Field. And so I feel like I understand that there's a sticker shock with this, but I really don't think squabbling over water fountains and benches or the number of gates, this is what it costs, and I admit, like, it's a higher number than I love, but is the cost that it is. I think we've done a good job with our company I think they've done a great job, and I appreciate them coming in, but I would hate to incur extra costs later on. And honestly, if I'm being really honest, I think we will incur costs because in doing this, they've cut canopies, they've cut shade, and I think Aaron McDowell would like to speak.
Admittedly, my family has never played pickleball. I have 3 daughters and a husband, and none of us have ever played. We care about the recreation, as everyone here does. What you see on After Base, and you see alternates. The alternates was a collaboration with the citizens and what was necessary versus it might seem like an upgrade. So when you look at an 8-foot fence versus a 6-foot fence, the 8-foot fence was so that novice players could start playing and not lose the ball, right? A more advanced player might not need an 8-foot fence, but we are trying to make this for everyone, including children, which apparently the high schoolers do at night. So I'm sorry, Allie, that I just called you out, but that's what, she's like, I'm gonna go play pickleball with my friends. So they're not upgrades that are outrageously planned. It was a collaboration where this group has worked so hard. We all come from different backgrounds. Every single one of us brings something to this group that is valuable as citizens and as volunteers. We worked with whoever came to these meetings, whoever had comment. We went back and forth. So what might seem like excessive upgrades are basics for Peachtree City to be the best of the best.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think also another thing that we've experienced in the past is we have sometimes regret because prices typically don't go down. Prices typically go up. So sometimes I think we've looked back and seen, dang, like we could have done ... for this amount of money. And if we wait, here we have a 13% discount here. It's gone through all of the process, and here it is in front of us, and I think it can be a great addition to our city, and anyways, I support it. I honestly think we'll want to still add shade later. If there's anything that we have seen in recreation, is that you can never have enough shade, and some shade has been taken away from this. The championship court was taken away from this. There are things that they said, we don't need. But if you're going to do 18 court, this is what goes along with it. The number one thing I think that pickleball players have said are those 4-foot fences and how important those are for safety. And so where some of these may seem, I don't know if, I've played pickleball plenty. I now have a bad foot because of it. But anyhow, this is what is involved in a nice facility right now for a discount before prices go up even higher.
Any other comments?
I'd like to ask something. when we decided to go ahead with this project, there was a lot of discussion about, well, we can save a lot of costs with some of the stuff that we can do. Where's the discussion on any of that?
I think it was with paving, is that right?
We're doing the paving. We're doing the paving of the parking lot. That's not in this.
And I think there's many other parts of this that can be done also by the city staff and the city public works and all of that. So my suggestion would be, yes, I like the 18 pickleball courts. I'm not saying no to that, but there are some things in the alternative area that maybe we can do in-house and save us some money on this and let us do it, as opposed to letting the good people at Tarkett, who I'm sure will do a very good job, but some of these are pretty simple that we can do ourselves. I'm not saying that we're going to go and get in the concrete business and do all of that stuff, but there may be some in here that we can pick out of here. So my suggestion would be to send this project to the staff to see what can be done and bring it back at the next meeting for a vote. Because that may give us the opportunity to take a look at some kind of cost savings. And again, I'm not against this, everybody. So I hear the boos out there, but I'm not against it. I want 18 courts, but I'm trying to make sure that we get the biggest bang for our buck.
Okay, so some of those things that they talked about were, for instance, I think the grading. And we save money, I think, by having Tarkett do the grading and we do the paving. I think those were some of the things that were involved. I am happy to sit here and answer those questions now. Are there things, because I'm happy to make a motion where we identify a few things that the city can do, if they can do them, because I think that those are easy questions to answer.
Okay.
So can I turn to our public works, to our staff? What can we do? What are the things that we can do to save a little bit of money
Well,
that we can get this done?
Yeah, we had those conversations. I have talked extensively to Jonathan about this with Public Works, and Jonathan's back there, but the short story is, if we move Public Works staff to this project, we're not going to be mowing right-of-ways. We're not going to be mowing medians. So if you move that staff, then you're going to take away from what we're doing every day. So does that save us some money? Yes, but does it cost us money too? Yes. I think that's not a zero sum. I think that cost us money. A question came up about maintenance. We've got a 10-year warranty on this and a 50-year warranty on the concrete. There won't be any maintenance for 10 years. We will not be painting these courts. We won't be restriping. We won't be doing any of that for 10 years. The warranty's there. I've never in 29 years had a company offer me a 50-year warranty on concrete. Never seen that. So yeah, we got a 10-year warranty. We won't be repainting these. The only thing we'll be doing is blowing them off. And we're taking away grass that we're cutting right now. So I think the maintenance is actually to a plus for the city, not to a negative. The short answer is yes, there are things we can do on this list. The long answer to that is you're going to take away from something else we're doing. We don't have the staff to do that. Let's just be honest, we don't have the staff to do it. We seriously need additional staff on our mowing crew right now that we don't have. We can't man the street sweeper right now because we don't have the staff. So where's that going to come from? It's going to come from what we're doing. Cart pass. Nope, we're working on pickleball. So yeah, that's not an apples to apples comparison.
Thank you. That's a great answer. I appreciate that.
What do you say, Clint? Let's get something excellent. Let's do something excellent. Let's get
I
something.
think I am doing excellent by being a questioner of how we spend our money. And that's really all I'm looking at. I'm not trying to cut corners and put cheap things in like
No.
the previous people, like you've said, Councilman Johnson, and go put in cheap lumber. No, I'm not looking to do that. I know that Tarkett's going to put good quality stuff in there. I'm just looking, is there a way that we can get a better deal? Get better spending of our money we're going to spend 2.3, almost $2.4 million when it was originally budgeted at 770,000. We're going to spend triple the amount. Not just an inflation amount, but triple the amount. And don't forget about those fire stations.
I have a separate question. With regard to using this amount of chunk of money out of SPLOST, I have not recently reviewed any of the other SPLOST projects to know where we are in terms of Tier 1, and not recently, I haven't looked at anything. And so my only concern really with eating up this big chunk of extra money is that going to impact any of the other current projects
Right.
that we have and leave us short? I realize you're saying we have 7 million contingency, but how many other projects are gonna also need to go into that contingency? That's an unanswered kind of a question that I think needs to be addressed.
Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think reviewing it, I have no concern that we're going to not be able to, how am I going to phrase this? I have no concern that SPLOST is going to run out and we're not going to be able to finish all of our projects.
Including the fire stations.
Including the fire stations.
And Justin, and we have to spend all of that money.
Yes, SPLOST, you are legally obligated to spend it. You have to spend all of it.
But there's 3 different tiers in a lot of projects.
Suzanne, quick question for you. We're kind of in a bit of a conundrum here where we've got to make a decision. And I'm right now really not in favor of doing all the alternates. And I'm sure I'm going to get booze again for that. But you got to realize
Stop. That's
I am
really not
looking
helpful.
out for your taxpayer dollars. Come on. I'm not trying to be cheap.
Wait.
But at the same time,
Let
I
me
wanna make
interrupt you,
sure.
Clint. Wait. SPLOST money is your taxpayer dollars.
Right.
Don't think that just
Excuse
because
me.
it's not coming
Excuse
out of
me.
property tax revenue, it's not tax
We're having
dollars.
a council discussion up here amongst ourselves. Mr. Holland?
No, I think I'm pretty much done at this point. I am,
Not helpful.
Go ahead, please continue.
you know, it's funny how if you don't agree, you get booed. You know what? When it comes tax time, and I start talking about taxes, am I going to get booed on that and trying to reduce taxes? I don't hear any boos. I don't hear any yays out there. So, quite frankly, in my opinion, that yes, I'm in favor of this because I think it's right for the city. But at the same time, give me my due. My due is let's spend it wisely.
Yes.
Let's spend it the right way. If we have to kick some things down the road that are amenities, we can kick them down the road and maybe put them under a different budget. It's not that I'm against it. I just want to spend it wisely. And that's my stance on this right from the get-go.
Absolutely. And I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you wanted to know that we would not, now or in the future, compromise another project that might be related to public safety.
Exactly correct, because when it all comes down to it, if there's a problem, you want the fire department there. You don't want to go play pickleball,
No question, no question.
okay? So let's
Do
make
you-
sure we keep that in mind as far as priorities.
I think that's most reasonable. Do you have a comfort level after hearing from our city manager?
Well, I do, but, you know, I asked, Assistant City Manager Chris Hobby answered it quite well, is that there really doesn't appear to be anything that we can pull out of that alternate list and have it done by the city, which I thought we could when I looked at it. And I'm saying, you know, is there some of these things in here that we can do ourselves? You know, maybe save ourselves $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. And what I'm hearing from the Assistant City Manager is, good try, Clint.
Well,
nope, there's nothing that can be pulled out.
No, well, he said we could. There are things we can do. It's a matter of opportunity cost.
Sure,
And
sure.
Right, I understand opportunity costs very, very clearly. But at the same time, you know, I'm also trying to make sure those people who are going to be doing the work on the side, so to speak, of our public works people, yes, We got people cutting grass. Yes, we've got people doing a lot of other things in our city. But what's more important? Do I hear anything from the peanut gallery out here? What's more important is spending the money wisely. If we can do it with staff, let's do it with staff. Yes, we may not get the grass cut every week, but you know what? We may save ourselves $250,000. Who knows how much more we can save? But I really need a little bit more help on whether or not it's engineering-wise safely okayed for our Public Works Department to do it. And I'm sure the TARCAT will tell us which ones we can do and which ones we can't do, which would have been my motion. I would have said, turn it over to staff so they talk to you and get the right answers, what can be done and what can't be done, what can we pull out, and then bring it back here and let us, I'll even say, let's have a special meeting next week and bring it all back if you can get it done, and we'll vote on it then. This way it gives us a chance to look at it. And that's all I'm saying. I'm for uncompromised excellence. I want this thing to be quality. But if there's any way I can save some money, maybe we can get a bigger discount. There's one for you. So, we are going to spend, $2.4 million on this thing. So maybe it's time we make sure we're spending our money wisely.
I think, if I may, I think that's exactly what TARCAT has been doing with our Recreation Advisory Group and staff together for the last couple of weeks. If I'm not mistaken, that is exactly the conversation they've been having. Please tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're spot on. That was the conversation, because list was actually at 2.7 million. But they said, hey, let's reduce this. Let's not do the championship court. Let's reduce our number of shade structures. And they've been drilling it down to that 2.3. And don't forget that 2.3 includes 190 some odd $1,000 in contingency that I hope we're not using. So
it brings it down to $200,000, so down to 2.1 million. So that's triple the budget we had.
2.2.
In any case, I guess the point that I wanted to discuss, to your point, what I wanted to discuss is that those were the considerations that the Recreation Advisory Group took on with staff in the room and with TARCAT in the room. And that this number apparently used to be bigger, but they pared it down to what we could reasonably do, which is paving, and left the rest there is time, like Scott said earlier, there are things that if you come back and do it later, you're going to compromise something.
Yeah, I get that. From an engineering standpoint,
Sure.
you got to do things in proper order, and I got that. But is there anything else, Assistant Manager?
I would just say that, and I would say this because I'm managing this project, we will not touch that contingency. I don't do that. We will not touch that contingency unless we run into rock, which I don't think we're going to.
I don't think in that part of the city, you're gonna, not the soils down there.
So there's a $200,000 savings there that we're not going to touch, unless the city council decides you want to do something additionally, which I don't think you're saying you will. So
Not
you can
upfront.
take that 200,000 out because we're not going to touch it.
That's good to hear.
It is.
You just put $200,000 back in the kitty here, so we can use it for other projects.
Yeah.
I just don't want to have all of this go down, and then it comes time later on. I'm nervous about this because I'm a son of a firefighter, and I know how important it is to have fire stations scattered properly around the city. And I can tell you, it bothers me. We don't have enough money right now, and we'll need that contingency. Just makes me a little nervous, and I want all the people who love pickleball, including myself, I want to do it, but my goodness gracious, let's make sure we're making the right decision here.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to rush you. Do you have any other questions or concerns?
Maybe Councilman Johnson or
Yeah.
anything on my points
I'm
of
just,
being cautious?
No, okay, for one, I never meant any disrespect.
No, I didn't take it as any
Okay.
disrespect.
And I believe that all of us deserve respect because we serve the city and we do a lot of work for the city. So,
Exactly.
and I appreciate that you want to be a good steward of tax dollars. That's to be commended. I think everybody appreciates that, and I think that's something that we all strive for. We may get different levels of criticism for how we do it and things like that, but I know that that's a great quality in you. So
Indeed.
but I'm, you know, for me, I'm like looking at this list, it's really not that long of a list. I mean, we have the base scope, we have the things at the bottom that we have to do because it's the design fees, construction fees. There's a lot of things that we have to have for safety. You know, do we need to do the grading? So to take this point by point, do we need them to do it? No, but I think they said it would cost more money to do it.
I see the
To
opportunity
do our-
cost on that.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, if we're gonna go by, there's only a few items here. The canopies, if they've already taken some away, if we don't do them, it's gonna cost us more later. What about parking lot lights? Is that something we have to have?
Okay, is that something we can do?
Okay, I would like to hear, I'm asking staff, I'm trying to get this done, if possible. And so if it needs lights, is that something we could add later?
We can. We don't have to do it as part of this contract.
Okay, so we could take 75,000 out for lights.
Sure.
And maybe add them later.
We'll have to add them later.
So we'll have to add them later?
Yeah.
Well, but then, so with lights.
Councilman Holland,
Yeah.
would you want to take out parking lot lights?
Well,
Here comes
I'm not
Chief
sure I
Mayor.
want to cherry pick that, but I think the
Good
concept.
evening, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
I just
From
want to
a
make,
crime reduction perspective and entering auto perspective,
You
on
want
the
lights.
south end of town where it's already very, very dark and we already have problems at the intersection at Holly Grove and 74, if we have anything down there at night, you are inviting people who are coming to look to steal things for free in an unlit parking lot. So what's called CEPTED, it's community design through crime prevention strategies. They would highly recommend having lights at this facility. I don't think Shayla's here tonight, so I don't know what the design code is for there, but I think we highly recommend most of our parking lots, or all of them, have lighting features in them.
I think what I was recommending, Chief, was that we do it. Not that we don't do it, but we do it instead of Target, so we can save some money that way. That was all I was saying.
Jonathan, I'm not an engineer, I'm not the electrician, but once again, it's gonna pull staff away
Here
from
comes
some
one.
other already prioritized
Oh, I understand the
project.
opportunity cost issues, I got that.
Sorry, Jonathan.
I can just flat out say we can't do the lights. That requires pouring deep footings, augering down. We don't have the equipment for it. Anytime we add lights or anything, we have to go through Georgia Power, EMC. They install the lights. And then just like when we did the intersection improvements at Planetary and everything, we had to contract out those guys to come pour the footings to hold those posts as we would any light that we put in. So we could go around and check and see if somebody was cheaper, but like I said, you're getting it. When you start pulling those things out and pulling a bunch of subs into it, or even us doing it, right? Even if we pull away for the grading or the landscape portion, not only are we going to upset people, and we need to preface with we won't be able to do the normal stuff that we do, but now we're also trying to meet Tarquette's deadline. And when you get multiple hands in there trying to meet a deadline, there's potential that this won't open in time, or that, you know, it won't get done in the time frame you expected it to get done, or we may hold Tarquette up, they may hold us up. You know, the more subs you put in it, you're asking for potential conflicts. You know, looking at this list, we went through it with them, seeing it now. The grading part, we need Tarquette to do that. The paving part, we can handle. About the only thing I see on there that you could really pull off is the $26,000 for the additional seating and everything like that. So you could save another 26 grand. But looking at everything else in there, and I know Harold's not here, maybe he could do some of the fence top caps. You know, that's only $3,500. We could pull it apart, but even then, I guess you could always say proceed as it is and allow staff to pull those pieces out as they can or see fit, and we'll just bring those reductions to you. So basically, you have a maximum, we get with Tarquette, and then we can we can pull those out as we go along and say, yes, we can do this, and pull those down if you wanted to.
I respect that, Jonathan. I understand what you're saying about the way it's done, and you were spot on with that. Okay?
Anything else?
No? Scott, you want to step up again? May I ask him some questions? You know, we've just talked about maybe $200,000 coming out of there. So now we're down to 2.1. Any chance that this can be a round number and make it a $2 million project? That's called putting the squeeze on.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is a squeeze.
Yes. As much as I would love to say, hey, yeah, that's fine, let's just make it an even two. This is, like I said, it is well below what our normal market is for this, and especially with the warranties that are involved as well. Because you also have to remember, we're on the hook for this for the next 50 years, and we're on the hook for the surface for the next 10. So what I want to make sure is that, you know, the timing of the year, right? This is, you know, going into the fall. So that and, you know, getting involved in this project is why you've seen the numbers that you're seeing. But I will tell you that typically we would not even have gone this low. But we've enjoyed the participation with the community and with the staff. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head if there's anything else in there that could be squeezed out.
Well, basically,
dollar-wise, no.
You know, I'm wondering whether or not, you know, there's something that you can toss in yourself. Or I don't know if you have the authority to do that.
Can I,
No, I don't need a watch. I'm just trying to make the best deal for our city.
No,
I
no,
think
I
hope you understand. I'm not picking on you at all.
No, not at all.
Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not at all. And honestly, in our office, they don't like me during these projects because I'm singing the same thing that you're saying. Because of, you know, I sat where the staff, or where your staff has sat for the first 15 years of my career. And so I am very respectful and budget conscious for public projects because I know that it is tax dollar money.
Exactly.
And I beat our people up all day long and they do not like me during these projects. But that is, you know, our president said, no, that is your role, Scott. And that's to make sure that we're treating everybody the best way possible. So as much as I'd like to say on this one that I could squeeze more out of it, I don't think it's there. However, to the point of, you know, the dirt and the seeding, you know, some of those things, and if we get underway and Chris says, hey, you know what, Scott, let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and do the benches. I won't have an issue saying, okay, here's the change order, here's the deduction of it, have it back out. I'm more than happy to work with you guys on that. Same thing with the seating. If we get going on it and, you know, it's like, hey, you know what, staff's going to have time to do this. Let's take the final, or the additional black dirt and seating out of the east, where the east slot was. Or if they decide, hey, we'll grade the whole thing, I'll take it, because I think the top has, you know, there's 15,000 up there. That was for the initial, just, you know, grading around the courts.
Right.
But with everything else, if we get into it and staff says, hey, yeah, we want to try that, then yeah, no problem.
So maybe there's another 50 grand that can be pulled out of that
Yeah.
number. So now you're down to almost 2.0 million with the contingency.
Yeah, so really, you know, I want to make sure that it's a successful project for you, and get it going for the community. So whatever we can do to help with that, we will do. I'm just trying to think if there's anything that, I mean,
I'll let you
honestly,
stay there and think about it.
I would love to be able to say, hey, here, let's get there. But like I said, we will work with your staff to find any savings possible and get those returned back via change order. And the nice thing about our process is we run everything through a submittal process. We use a software called Procore. So we're not going to order shade structures until the city approves it. So we can't just say, oh, well, we already ordered them, tough, you're on the hook for it. No, you guys will have the opportunity to approve them. And if you don't, you say, hey, you know what? Nope, we're gonna hold off on these, then okay, we'll pull them out. Same thing with the parking lot lights. That'll be part of a submittal process. What I will say, if you want to, try to use somebody else to do the parking lot lights, I don't have a problem with that at all, and we'll work with them and make sure that things coordinated. But, we're gonna have a truck there with the drilling rig that's gonna do all of those things, and it's all part of the same lighting system, same warranty. Those are, I can't remember if they're 10 or 15-year warranty on those lights. And your staff will be able to use them, operate them from an app on their phone, so they can make sure that things are lit, and they can see, hey, the lights are on. Oh no, they're not on here. Let's get them turned on. That type of functionality that's built into that entire system, longevity-wise, is great for your maintenance staff because they're not chasing down two different manufacturers and whatnot. But again, whatever we can do to help coordinate those things, if that's what you guys choose, we're willing to do.
Well, those are all nice little amenities and things that you're talking about, but it doesn't really go after the base dollars. And so, I understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
I was in your position for many years, working with municipalities around the United States, so I know what you're doing.
Yes.
Suzanne, do you have any comments?
It-
Because I'm leaning that maybe do something I said I wasn't going to do.
No, I'm still suffering from sticker shock. And it's a terrible suffering. It's a painful suffering. I do want to say one other thing in the interest of transparency so people understand a little bit of one of the other issues that doesn't get talked about very much with regard to our recreation stuff. And that is, we no longer have a contract with Fayette County where they pay us for the Fayette County residents to use our recreation services or our recreation facilities. So that's another issue that we end up thinking about that our citizens are not thinking about. We have a lot of people sitting in this room who don't live in Peachtree City, who fully intend to use this facility, and yet we're spending our SPLOST dollars on it versus Fayette County spending their SPLOST dollars on a similar kind of facility. So, and SPLOST dollars really are tax money. You get taxed on it, it's a sales tax. So, those are the things. Now, I did voice my concern. I'm somewhat reassured that the other SPLOST projects, and I think the only other thing that I'm gonna say is, I don't wanna hear the citizens pounding the pavement in the very near future, demanding some other recreation facility be built. Because the recreation master plan is a long-range plan, and this is a pretty sizable chunk of money if it gets approved. So,
Any other concerns, questions for Scott?
I can honestly say I actually glad we went through this painful process.
Me too.
Okay?
Me too.
It makes me feel better with my vote because this is painful. It's
Yeah.
painful for me because I'm saying, oh my gosh, how am I going to explain to the people that are banging on me to make sure we spend our money wisely? I think I've squeezed everything I can except
Well-
poor Scott. He isn't going to get me down to $2 million. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to move that way. But I would love to see it as a gesture from TARCAT to move it down to an even $2 million, and I think this thing can be passed.
Clint, I think I can put a little moment of levity in here by pointing out to the citizens that only just recently, after 20 years, you got a new car.
Yeah.
And I just
24 years and 8 months with one car. And
I just
went
did
and
the
finally got a
same
new
thing,
one.
but after 15 years. So I don't make big purchases lightly.
So my last thought is this. In 2021, Noonan built the hop for this amount of money. 4 years ago, this amount of money built the hop in Noonan. And I think costs have gone up a lot. And the fact that Scott could stand here and look us in the eye and say, we looked at this, you talked about the efficiencies. I think this is what it costs.
Any final comments?
Are you ready?
Well,
Are
I
you
just want to
ready?
make sure, I personally just want to make sure that everyone understands that each of these costs and how they're justified. You know, because it's easy, that is a big number, and so I just want to make sure, you know, that we are all able to understand each of these line items and why we need them and why there's that cost and why it would be beneficial to do it now versus
Absolutely.
later.
Well, if we get to the point where we start building the next fire station, you know where my thoughts are going to be. You know what I'll be talking about. Do we have the money? Have we got it set aside? Can we protect the people on the south side of the city? I want to make sure it's done. So that's going to be my next battle when we get through this battle.
And I'll
Absolutely.
support it, Clint.
Good,
We
thank
will all
you.
support it.
Thank you.
Any last comments?
No, the
Susan?
only other comment that I had was that the parking is not included in this. We're gonna do our own parking.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, because the number of parking spaces that were on the drawing was totally insufficient.
Yeah.
And we need golf cart parking
Yep.
also, and we need definitely way more than 72, because you have to have people coming and going and whatever, and spectators.
Yeah.
We
I
talked
have
about-
a,
We talked about that before the meeting.
all right.
I got a question for the city manager. Did we miss everything? Did we squeeze everything out of here that you've seen and your teams have seen? Have we missed anything?
I know, I'm waiting for this vote so we can do. Are you ready?
For the scope. that
Vote
has
so
been-
I can go.
For the scope that has been discussed by council, by the citizens, by the recreation group, yes.
Okay.
All right. I have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion
Bathroom break.
carries. Absolutely. We will take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes.
I squeezed as hard as I could, my friend. Yeah. See, that's perfect. That's the kind of stuff. That's the extras that I want. You know? I tried to get it out of him. I couldn't get it. Wow.
Thank you so much.
It's only just a.
All right, you guys ready? I will call old agenda item 72406, resolution to adopt fiscal year 2026 operating budget and CIP. Justin?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a long presentation. I just have this one slide because we've been over the budget multiple times with presentations. I've talked with all of you all. Previous evening meeting a month ago, it was tabled till this meeting, but I just wanted to review the calendar of kind of the budget process, the public budget process, and then turn it over to you all for discussion. But Thursday, April 3rd, at our work session, we had an item to set goals for what council wanted to see in the budget. With the week of May 5th is when I and Kelly and Chris go through and meet with every single department that entire week to refine, go over their requests, and decide kind of what we're going to aim at doing and what we're not going to aim at doing. And then May 30th, Friday, May 30th is when the proposed budget was submitted to you all and to the public. Thursday, June 5th is when we had our first work session where we reviewed the proposed budget. June 18th, we did not have that meeting. Well, yes, we did, because it was possibly going to be a special call meeting. But we had this on the calendar, but we did not have this meeting because you all, decided you didn't need to have it. Thursday, July 11th, we had the public hearing on the proposed budget and the CIP at the regular meeting. And then Thursday, August 21st, which was last month, was the adoption of the operating budget, which was tabled until this meeting. So at this point, as far as staff is concerned, it's just we need direction from council on what we are going to do with the operating budget for fiscal year 26.
You okay if I start?
Please.
Okay. In our last budget meeting, Justin, you said that you preferred for us to cut the budget instead of using reserve funds. And so I asked you for a specific list of those things that you would recommend for us to remove and the exact dollar amount. And if you would key them to put the slide up there so everybody in the room knows what we're looking at. Somewhere. There it goes. Okay, so there was some amount of money in the budget that we discussed that potentially could be pulled out because some of it, or a big chunk of it, was for new things that we could kick down the street a little bit. And so the first item on the list, I think my list is out of sync with yours, so I'll read this one. So the fire training tower, which is $387,000. Public Works equipment operator, which is $87,353. 2 code enforcement carts, golf carts, for $30,000, and the code enforcement part-time salaries to man those carts would no longer be needed. That would be $87,105. And then there was some salaries that was like divided up between all of the departments to the amount of $50,611, which adds up to $642,069. And I asked several questions back and forth with you because I wanted to make sure that if we remove this from the budget, that it would basically put us into a situation of having a rollback, specifically a full rollback. And you said that you thought that that would make it. And so my proposal is, so I make a motion to amend the budget with the following cuts, and at risk of reading all of the individual line item numbers, since it's on the written proposal and the slide and everything, that can I not necessarily read all of the individual numbers? But that I'm proposing that I make a motion that we amend the budget with the following cuts, which would take $642,069 out of it, which should constitute a full rollback of the millage rate for fiscal year '26.
I'll second that.
Now we can have our discussion.
Yes.
You want to start?
Maybe Ms. Laura will.
No, go ahead.
I want to make sure I make a few points here. We're going to take these things out of the budget. I want everybody to know that we're taking these out without any hits to any existing employees. There'll be no cuts of employees because we need to have the services that they provide. And that includes, although there's been put all over social media that we're going to cut the fire department, we're going to cut the police department. I want to make sure that they know there's no cuts in the police and fire. We're not removing any people. So this, we're going to be still delivering 100% of the services we've delivered this year. We're going to continue to do that. These were extras in the budget. And I underline the word extras in the budget that we really, well, maybe we can do these. Maybe we can do them. Maybe we don't need them now. We can still run this city very efficiently, and we can still maintain the excellence that we have with all the departments, but we can cut $642,000, which then satisfies my last meeting where I said I wanted a rollback. Guess what the number comes out to be? $650,000. So basically, this is like getting a rollback without getting the rollback, if you follow what I'm saying. So I'm pretty pleased with this. I think the staff helped out on this a lot, so my kudos to the staff. We just needed to take a look at some items and cut them out of the budget. So that's what we've done. So I commend Councilman Brown for doing all that that heavy lifting, and I can fully support this because it really doesn't affect anything other than the things that you did up here, where we just delayed that to another time.
So I'm curious how do we cut salaries? And maybe this is a question for Mr. Strickland, and we say that staff is not taking a hit. Or
So-
maybe Councilman Holland.
Well, Kelly can correct me if I'm wrong. The $642,069 was originally the merit program that was, oh, put it back up, Stephen. Okay, thank you. The $642,069 was originally for the merit program for our employees, which was the one change between the June 5th budget and the July 10th budget was reallocating that merit, those merit funds for these things. So when we did that, there was about $50,000 left over that we were possibly going to use to give one-time awards to employees that excelled. So that's really just going in and scooping the rest of the merit program out.
Okay, so we're taking away all the merit for staff.
Not employees, but some of the merit stuff. We're not taking employees away.
We're not taking employees'
Not
merit,
positions.
Positions, we're not taking any positions out.
but we're taking away their merit.
Well, they're still getting their COLAs.
Okay.
So those are going in, those are staying in.
Let's let Councilmember Johnson have her comments.
So in this process, we heard the budget on June 5th? Okay.
Yes.
First of all, this budget, in our retreat, it was asked that we get the budget as soon as possible, which our staff delivered on. This budget was brought to us on May 31st, which is the earliest that a budget has ever been released. Is that correct, Mr. Strickland?
Oh, yeah,
Kelly's been here longer than me.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I was told. So, after the June 5th meeting, I went back. I was up late one night, so I had a lot of fun just going back to old meeting minutes to see where I could find comments from us that were made about this budget. So I went back to June 5th, and it says, there's not very much. It says Holland said he was glad to see new code enforcement officers added to the paths and noted they could write citations. Brown echoed, saying that code enforcement would now be able to expand their patrol areas, and I agreed. Okay, so none of this was part of that discussion. None of this was part of that that feedback. And then we were also asked if we needed an extra meeting. In June, we were talking about cutting a meeting, and there was a question of, do we need an extra meeting for this? And we were offered as council from staff the opportunity to get together to go over this budget more, to which we said we were fine, unanimously. He also said he was willing to sit with us and answer questions, which I did not meet with him. I don't think Mayor Kimler met with them, but there was 2 meetings. One was a 3-hour meeting, and I believe one was about a 1-hour meeting, where from that, changes were made to our budget. And our city manager said, I am doing this, which he has the authority to do because he presents the budget. And in doing that, we have a very interesting dynamic on council where, because there are only 4 of us and he needs 3 to support it, it puts him in a difficult situation where he is left to try to appease us. So out of that meeting came several changes. One, we were going to reduce the salaries, and that is by that 642. But then with that, it was asked, what would you want to put back in? And it was add the fire training tower and all these other things, the equipment operator, the code enforcement, and the golf carts. So those things were put back in. Mr. Strickland then came to me, he came to Kim, and he said, this is what I propose. And we said, okay, do you feel that after that meeting, you have an agreement that they would support this budget? And the feeling was, yes, they will support it. And so we said, we will support this compromise. And we were willing to do that, as we saw when it came time to vote on this budget. We also had a public hearing where the only people who came to speak on this budget were in favor of it. I am talking so much and I'm so thirsty. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Then we have what happened in August, which is essentially, we have a policy in our city that we don't run our cities, the functions of our city, off of reserves. It's essentially against our policies, which tells me that in these meetings, that was not a question that was asked, or else it was a very easy question to answer. So here we are at this point, and what I have in front of me is something that I saw less than 3 hours before this meeting started. And with a budget proposed on May 31st, and with getting these changes 3 hours before this meeting, the budget process is a very important process. It's one where it's an open process. It's one with citizen input. So I do not know how I can be a responsible representative for our citizens to agree to something that in our public comments, they have not had the opportunity to weigh in on. There has been ample opportunity to bring forward these ideas. And I'm not necessarily against these things, but I want that citizen input because it's valuable and we need it as decision makers for this city. And I just don't think that we are being responsible by saying, we're going to make these changes on our own without listening to them. So for the reason of it not being an open process now with citizen input to what is being made as a motion right now, I would not be able to support it.
Last year, June 28th, open records. June 28th, 2024, we were in the thick of budget. And I wrote an email to all of us on council and our city manager, talking about Peachtree City's budget process, again with the process. And I said, I will continue this conversation because we have 2 new city council members who are all going through the municipal budget process for the first time. It's important to understand our role. It's critical to our success. I went on to say, at the time, Mr. Holland, you were having some meetings with staff behind closed doors, and I said, I am deeply concerned about the backroom nature of your budget meetings with staff. This is supposed to be a public process. I cannot overstate the importance of the public process and conducting budget meetings in the public eye. As cases in point, I spelled out how Noonan does it, how Tyrone does it, how Fayetteville does it in each case. For example, Fayetteville has a public budget meeting with a presentation by their CFO, then 2 to 3 weeks later, a public meeting for questions and comments from council and the public. I cannot overstate the importance of the public being a part of this process. And to me, to see this here today might mean that it's not a real well thought out process. Seems very after the fact. Where's the government transparency in that? Where's our citizen input? Do we need another public hearing now? And I think this is kind of a surprise. This is definitely a bit of a surprise to me. We had a very responsible process all along. We had head nods and yeah, that sounds great. The city manager put weeks and weeks into it, and he presented his proposed budget. That is the best it can be. That's his job, to present us his best budget. Do you want me to roll the tape, Mr. Holland, on your kudos in the July 10th public hearing? Go ahead, Stephen, is it possible? July 10th? The night we had a public meeting on budget and a public hearing, we need sound.
Tier was, so thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Mr. Holland.
I think I've said my piece, but I do want to just add one more thing. The numbers that you put up in the budget, and I love the idea that basically if you want to live in Peachtree City, from a tax standpoint, you pay $1.25 a day to live in Peachtree City and get a little bit better services, opportunities, recreation, etc.
Quality of life.
And quality of life, thank you. I'll tell you, that's a pretty cheap way to enjoy a wonderful city like Peachtree City. So compliments to you, Mr. City Manager, for putting together that budget. So in that respect, that's the last comment I have.
All right, thank you. Do we? Thank you. Yes. Thanks, Stephen.
Harold?
You can stop.
Go say your.
I mean, clearly, at one point in July, we all thought we had a great budget. And all this other stuff has come after the fact, after the citizens' input, after our public meetings. We had, can you put the meetings list up on there one more time? This idea of a rollback is a wonderful one. It kind of goes back to what you said about pickleball. We have a responsibility. You're right to ask these questions. We have a responsibility to say, geez, did we get all the squeeze that we could? You're right to ask those questions. And we did ask them, and the city manager said, here's my best budget, and this is my recommendation. And that's why we had all this input and massaging the budget, a little bit of give and take. Some of us more than others, right? And here's what we came up with. So to be clear about the rollback, this 1 year would be the year to not have to have this conversation, because we rolled the millage rate back, or we reduced the millage rate in fiscal year 25 by 0.06 from 6.043 to 5.983. This year, we had all agreed we would maintain that lower millage rate. And this year, because of House Bill 581, our assessments are frozen. right? Am I right? Our assessments are frozen to last year's for this 1 year.
Only for
So homesteaders have, so homesteaders have a rollback this year.
Correct statement?
Well, assessments are not frozen, but
No.
but the amount that they paid last year will be the same as this year
Exactly.
for
Okay,
homesteaders.
the
Assessments are not
assessment may go up, but the amount
Right.
you, for the calculation,
For 1
say that
year.
again.
Taxable assessment.
The taxable assessment,
You're gonna have two different assessments. You're gonna have the assessment that's the value of your home,
yes.
and you're gonna have the taxable assessment.
The taxable assessment is frozen this year to what it was last year, which is effectively for homesteaders, a rollback. So after all this input, public process, and nods of agreement to come in at this point with an idea I never saw before today, it just, I can't possibly, you can't possibly expect me to vote in favor of that. I can't.
Madam Mayor, can I have a moment to speak?
Of course.
Thank you. First of all, go back to 2024, where I was, oh my gosh, I'm having a meeting with the city manager. When I have questions, I come and ask this guy. And sometimes we sit in an office and we talk about those questions. I'm not allowed to do that now? Madam Mayor, I know you're in there talking to him all the time. I know that. But at the same time, let's really get to the point here. Not so much of pointing fingers at each other. The real point is that we're trying to look at maybe cutting the budget so everybody's going to pay less taxes. Again, we're back to that. And what the cuts are being done were something that was a recommendation by the city manager. I didn't come up and say, oh, I want you to cut these things. We asked the city manager, what do you think can be cut? And he came up with that list. That's not my list. That's not anybody's list on this. This is the city manager's list. And I thought I remember you saying, Madam Mayor, that we need to support the city manager when he comes up with a budget. This is his change to the budget. And you're telling me now that we should not support him, or you're not going to support your city manager? Well, you've said repeatedly, we need to support the city manager when he comes up with a budget. You said it,
Let's
not
ask
me.
him. Let's ask him. Mr. City Manager, I mean, is this, these cuts we're seeing today, is this what you would recommend?
No. As I was asked by Councilwoman Brown and Councilman Holland, we talked about this. The question was, is if we want to roll back, if we want to do a rollback and, you know, the amount is $500,000, maybe a little more than that, and that's what council decides to do, what could we cut to make that work? So that, the caveat of that is my proposed budget is the proposed budget. But if, you know, the question was, is if we decide to roll the millage rate back, what would be things, the first things that could come out? And of course, my answer is going to be, if that's going to be the decision, we need to cut the things that don't yet exist. We need to cut the things that are possibly new things over any existing items.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we are supposed to support the budget that you propose, which budget do you most highly support? Your very initial one or the one where compromises were made?
I mean, my original proposed budget was my proposed budget.
And so do you still feel like that is your best version of a budget that we have seen and that the public has seen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so a month ago, all we did was suggest that we take some money out of the reserves, something we've been trying to reduce for 2 years, and use that to offset a little bit of what we would have to tax the people for with the millage rate. That got defeated because we were told, oh no, you don't want to use the reserves for your budget, even though it was only going to be a one-time shot. So over the last multiple weeks, emails have gone back and forth, and a lot of those emails went out to everybody. In fact, I think all of them did, because Justin was being very careful at that point to make sure everybody was being made aware of the discussions and the cuts and what was being looked at. And because at the meeting when the using the rollback, or excuse me, using the reserve fund was voted down. Justin specifically said he would rather see us cut the budget. So I went to Justin and said, what would we cut? And this was the list that we came up with. So.
Okay, so I would say if we are saying we should support what our city manager feels is the best version of a budget, and we're being told that that's the original budget, I mean, ultimately, if I were to say what I want the most, that would be it. But I'm also willing to cut the reserves. I think that there's a lot of good points there. I think we have to do it responsibly. And I think that there's a lot of things that we could do to give back to our citizens. I think one of them is that fire tower. From what I hear, I think our city manager has been trying to promise that fire tower to our fire department for a long time. I think it would help them keep their ISO rating of 1, which if we were to build, helps to lower our citizens' fire insurance. So it's a project that if we do that, they are getting back doubly. So what if we go back to his original budget that was given, if we are going to support the best version, and then let's also meet together and take some money from the reserves and do that fire tower. Let's give it to our fire department. Let's give it to our people. Let's invest in that safety. And they are saving on their fire insurance. Those are dollars that they don't have to spend on higher rates. So it may not be, the form of a rollback. It may not be right now these other things in the moment, but if we aren't going to come together, I just can't do something last minute. I can't responsibly say yes to this when I really have not heard from our citizens. And so I would say, let's go back to June 5th and let's add a fire tower. Let's
Paid out of reserves?
pay out of our reserves. It's a one-time project. That is how our reserves are supposed to be spent. Our staff gets their merit, which if we fail to pass a budget tonight, there's a whole list here that I can go through of the effects that will happen, and we all know these things. We've been educated. Okay, so I'm not going to go through those things. But, I've talked to Suzanne about this. There are people who have paid into these reserves and they're not seeing the benefit of it. I think there's a benefit to having reserves. I have a lot of feelings about the reserve, and we've already been here for a long time, but, it's an important thing. We invested in resource officers to be in all of our elementary schools for a worst case scenario. That is what we did, because sometimes in this nation we see worst case scenarios. We had Helene come through, that if it were a little further west, we could have been a lot more like Asheville, North Carolina. We had tornadoes that tore up Noonan. These are not a matter of if, they are a matter of when. So I do feel like having a healthy reserve is important, but if we want to give back to our citizens, great. Let's do it wisely. Let's do it in the form of a fire tower.
Can I go?
Go ahead, because there's so many things to unpack on
There's
that.
still a lot to talk about here. I want to talk about surprises. I keep hearing that. Oh my gosh, I only got 3 hours to see this information. I'm going to take you all back to 2023 when the ordinance 1216 came in. We were not notified. I was certainly not notified. The council was not notified. And Councilman Johnson and the mayor sprung it on us and said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to limit the ability of the citizens to put things on the agendas.
And council.
And also the council members to put things on the agenda. It was totally sprung on us by the two of them. And now here we are, oh my gosh, we gave you 3 hours. I got no time. They just put it in front of me and said, we're going to pass this tonight. How about those? I gave them 3 hours to take a look at it, to look at that little list that's up there with 4 or 5 items on it, and oh my God, you thought it was a tempest in a teapot here. Let's be honest. We need to have better communication. We tried to have a little bit better communication by giving this information that was developed by the city manager to the mayor and the councilwoman, and yet what do? They come back and go, oh no, we're not even going to vote for it. We haven't had enough time to see it. Well, you certainly didn't give me enough time to see the ordinance 1216, when now we don't have a chance to put anything on the agenda unless we get 3 of us to approve that. 65 years we went with anybody who in the council that wants to put something on the agenda, they can put it right on the agenda. That got stolen away. We're supposed to be a representative democracy where I represent the citizens. I should be able to take that information that they give me and say, you know what, we want to talk about everybody wearing funny hats. I mean, of course, I'm making a silly example. The point is that we should be able to put things on the agenda we want. And I'm only saying this because so many times I'm saying, oh, you sprung this on us. Well, it's been the other way too. And let's make sure we say that out loud and clear.
Can I speak to this? I feel like we are now on a tangent and losing focus, but I feel like I also need to share truth. So my portion of this was an amendment. I've also, in this last meeting, agreed to revisit this. I don't know if it is the best. I was a young council person, and there was a lot I did not know, and I do think that it is worth a discussion. But I distinctly remember calling you before that meeting, and I will tell you, I can quote you. I can quote you on what you said, because I went through the amendment, and you said, now I think I can support that. That is what you told me. Okay? So I spoke to you, and that is what you said. You didn't commit. So I can't say that I was surprised that you didn't commit, but I also called Councilwoman Brown, and I can tell you what she said, because she had a written statement. And she said, I'm going to say something about First Amendment rights. She didn't say one way or the other, whether it was something that she supported, but I spoke very clearly to the fact of what I had come up with. Now, this is a separate issue, and I'm so happy to sit down and talk about it.
And that's appreciated.
I think we can approve, but I can't let a falsehood fly up here.
Well,
because
Okay,
I did speak to both of you.
Okay, can we get back to the budget issue?
Thank you.
Okay, so the money that we're talking about that's on this list of paper that was on the slide just a minute ago, that was originally supposed to be a merit pay program for the staff. That we had taken and cut up into these other component parts. And there are several issues with some of them. One is that the code enforcement part-time salaries that we thought that it would help us with all of the complaints that we're having on the cart paths to put code enforcement people out there on the cart paths. So we needed salaries to pay the extra code enforcement people and 2 more golf carts. And only to realize that what we really need on the cart path is a bigger police presence, not code enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
And so this would be throwing good money after bad. So taking the 2 golf carts and the code enforcement part-time salaries back out is actually a very wise decision. The public works operator was supposed to be for a second street sweeper person. And the fire training tower, there is a fire training tower that we have here in Fayette County. We could actually do a cooperative agreement with them to continue using their tower if that's where we're using it. There are other options. The last little remaining tranche of that money that says salaries every department, that was supposed to be just a minor merit pay award system that the city manager would have the discretion to pass out. The problem is, it all started with the original issue of a $650,000 merit pay program on top of a $500,000 or in excess of $500,000 cost of living increase. And my assessment is that kind of excessive pay raises that would give you year-over-year salary increases really puts you in a situation where it's not going to be sustainable. So I'm very concerned about that, but that money had gotten taken out, broken up into this. Then I'm realizing only within the last few weeks, with some of the better discussions I've had, that this is not necessarily the best way to go with the code enforcement to try to solve the problems that we're having on the cart path. Because that's not really going to be the solution. We need citations out there that can be written only by the police department. So we need to get the police onto the cart path and not waste the money with doing this.
My only
And-
correction to that, Councilwoman Brown, is the Public Works Equipment Operator, we don't have one currently for the street sweeper, so it would be to have one, not a second one. But that's the only correction.
Is the merit over and over, or is it a one-time thing for employees? Is it merit and then they automatically get that amount next year, or is it a one-time? Because this sounded
In
like
perpetuity.
It sounded like it was like
It's compounded.
Yes, it is a salary increase.
it is a salary increase.
Yes. We did an award, 2023, we did just awards. This year we did salaries, and then next year we were proposing the same thing.
I don't think, and did that answer your question? I don't think any of this is unreasonable. I don't. A budget is a forecast, it's a plan. Could we pass the city manager's proposed budget from before and continue these conversations? I don't see anything in here that's unreasonable. It's a plan for the coming year. It doesn't bind us to each individual thing. It means if we do hire, a street sweeper, then we hire the street sweeper. And if we don't hire the street sweeper for whatever reason, well, then that's the placeholder in the budget. It doesn't mean we're required to go post the job. It just means it's in the budget forecast. It's important to remember that the budget is a forecast. Could we pass the city manager's proposed budget from August 21st and keep these conversations going? I would love to sit down and talk about each of these items. I'm willing to do that. But right now, what we're doing is not fair to our staff. We have people worrying about their paychecks.
Really?
Come on,
Yeah.
Kim.
You wanna
No.
speak to that, Mr. City Manager? I mean, we have people worrying about what's gonna happen here with this budget and this panel and their paychecks going forward.
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions with staff. We've had a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could we, I will sit down with both of you, absolutely. Could we pass the city manager's proposed budget from before and take all this on? I'm happy to do that. There's nothing in here that's not reasonable.
Well, then if it is reasonable, then why don't we pass the amended? We're talking about 1% or less of the budget here.
Because we haven't had
Because-
any government transparency, citizen input,
Well,
public hearing. That's
And I
why.
hear you. So let's have another meeting then. Let's call another meeting and bring in people to hear it. Bring in people to talk about it. They're gonna come in to talk about 1% of the budget? I guess so. If that's what they wanna do, I honor that. Come on in. But, we as a council here, I think, the promises of, oh, let's talk about it, that's a matter of, very difficult to absorb. So I would say I'd rather approve an amended budget or push it down the road again, and let's have another meeting where we have citizens' input on this 1%, $642,069. Do you want to do that?
I don't even think I don't even think having another meeting is a necessary thing. This is really a very small amount of money to be taking out of the budget. It is, however, what's going to put us in a situation where we're going to be able to have a full rollback. That was what my goal was. And the biggest concession I would make at this point in time is, let's put the street sweeper, public works equipment operator at $87,353 back in the budget from my proposed take it out. I'd give that one up. But the rest really is about $550,000 worth of stuff that I think we need to pull out. That will still qualify us for the better part of a rollback.
Could we pass the budget and then make these budget
No.
amendments?
You make them as part of. I think that
As
the
we go
right way to
forward.
do is to make it as part of the proposal for passing this, with the amendments included.
I just don't understand why we didn't have this conversation in February, in March, in April, in May, in June, or in July.
And we did have it. You and I have talked about it, Madam Mayor, about cutting back on the reserves. Why are you now bringing it up that, oh, we didn't have these discussions?
No,
We
we
did
had
have these discussions.
We did.
We had them at retreats. We had them at meetings. We talked behind in your office about these kinds of things.
Right.
And now you're telling me that we didn't talk about it? Come on, Kim.
Oh, we talked all about it. And then you said, and we all said, hey, great budget, Mr. City Manager, July 10th.
I never said that.
Thank you. True. Point well taken. Thank you. Great budget, Mr. City Manager.
Doesn't mean we can't make amendments.
I'll take a motion to,
There's already a motion on the table.
oh yeah, I forgot that. Please remind me.
To
The amended?
approve the budget with these changes, yes.
I have a motion and a second, is that correct?
Correct.
All in favor, say
If not,
aye.
I'll say correct. Yes.
All
Aye.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. All right, motion does not carry. Do we need to pass a continuing resolution, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, something needs to be passed either tonight or before September 30th for spending to continue as of October 1st.
Unless you'd like an amended motion that we take out everything that I had originally proposed minus the Public Works Equipment Operator.
Could you say that again, please?
I'll amend my original motion that we remove all of the line items I have on here with the exception of the Public Works Equipment Operator, so we have a street sweeper.
So you're going to take out the fire training tower?
Now we're taking out just the public
Yes,
works.
and that,
Putting,
keep in mind, I know I'm in the middle of making a motion and that's kind of very confusing.
Hold on before you make your motion. How's that?
Well, I already made it.
Wasn't there a motion on the table?
No, we voted on it.
Oh, that's right, we voted on it.
I'll
I
second
agree,
that
it is.
motion. From
So I need to understand the motion, please.
The motion is to cut the budget by all of the line items on this sheet with the exception of the Public Works Equipment Operator, leave that in the budget. So that would amount to somewhere in the neighborhood of $550-something thousand
I
reduced.
think 87,
So with a-
353 out of the 642.
And can I ask you a question, Suzanne?
Sure.
Why the fire training tower? Is that going to be cheaper later? I mean, none of this is cheaper later.
No, I think that as we go through the year and we realize that we have extra money, we can always put that in, or we could look at using the reserves to pay for that, or there are other options. Or we can come up with some sort of a, better agreement and just continue using the county one until we can come up with something.
Is there, I just feel like there's such a roadblock for me where we haven't had a public hearing on these things. And I just feel like you both champion transparency so much.
Then
Like,
let's have another meeting then.
how, and this is a legitimate question. I mean, how do you rationalize it?
How do I rationalize it? That this is the small tweak that we need to have the rollback that I wanted to have. That was the goal.
Yeah.
Originally, I proposed that we use reserve money instead. That got shot down a month ago. This is an alternative plan.
This is a compromise.
So, I get all of that.
Well, then, what are you
And-
misunderstanding?
Would you let her say
So-
her
I asked a
comments,
question of
please?
And it kind of goes back to something I was saying earlier as far as like things get proposed and you're like, this is just a small thing. But I think that there's a lot of opinions in this community about how that August meeting went. And I think on principle, some people may want to express us making any changes because I think there's a lot of emotion out there. And I personally, I mean, if you guys want to pass something, like, by all means, like, Mayor, if you want to be on board with whatever, like, I get it, but I just feel like part of this process is citizen input.
Laura, I understand what you're saying. You want people to be heard, and I'm all for that. That's why I said I would be happy to do another meeting. I would use my time to come in and listen to the citizens. I have no problem with that kind of transparency and listening to the citizens. Talk about these things that we're going to make as a change. So it's an open meeting. So I agree with you on that.
You know, wait, I'm going to throw something in here. You know, we just voted on pickleball, and I only got the numbers for pickleball on Friday.
Yeah, but there was a...
And
there's
after a
recreation.
tortured event here today, we voted.
Yep.
This is a minor tweak to the budget. We're probably going to have enough extra money in the budget to do most, if not all, of these things anyway. Because as things roll through the year, there's going to be a little salary savings here, other things there. Money, you know, just doesn't go out the door the way you thought it was going to. So there's a very good chance that the important things, the code enforcement and the two golf carts does not need to be put back into the budget. But the other things, the fire training tower, really, I think that's the one issue that everybody's kind of like more upset about is the fire training tower. I think at some point in time we could use the reserves to build a fire tower or come up with something else.
But that needs to come out of the budget before we can decide whether to use reserves for it.
So I
That can
guess
be paid
this
for
is-
on the side, so to speak.
So I guess before, the changes that were made to the budget were agreed to by the city manager. And Mr. Strickland said, I am okay with these things, and he was the one that made those changes. There hasn't been a direction to him from a majority of council to make changes to the budget to be brought forth in a public hearing. So I would need to know that these changes, because we're obviously not at this moment, I don't think, about to agree on the changes to the budget, or else we would be voting on them. And in order to have that public hearing, it would have to be Mr. Strickland making these changes to the budget to be presented again. Is this correct?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay, so,
I propose it, council can amend it.
right, okay.
And that's
But
exactly
that's
what we're
why,
doing.
but like, why did we not do it before? Why are we saying we're okay with the budget and then changing it after we've already heard from our citizens?
You mean to tell me you've never made a change after you've had an agreement? In your life, you've never done it?
I feel like in this process, citizen input is important. I think we all value that. And I think, I mean, if you want to have another meeting, I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
I don't
I'm
know.
not that perfect. I sometimes change my mind. I came in to not necessarily vote for that pickleball. And with all of what was said and all the stuff that was done, I changed my mind. And what I'm looking for is maybe some mind changing from other council members on a very 1% of the budget. I'm not looking for any major changes here. Or I shouldn't say we. We are not looking for major changes here. Come on.
I get that, and I understand that I've changed my mind plenty of times. However, I like to keep issues separate, and I don't like quid pro quos, and I don't like, I'll give you this and you give me that. I feel like there's a principle here that I'm not comfortable with. And anyways, let's move on. We've had a vote.
Well, we thought we had I thought we had
there
an
another
amended
vote?
vote.
No, I
Offended
I think she
motion.
was mid-motion.
I think I was mid-motion and didn't, I think it got verbally smacked around on that one.
You want to try
I
again?
have a question. Okay with you if I go ahead and?
Go ahead.
Tell me about the $50,000, Justin. 50,611.
Yeah, Councilwoman Johnson asked me this one earlier. That is from, so the $642,069 was for the merit program for employees. That was originally proposed on the June 5th meeting. By the July 10th meeting, it was amended to these things, these 4 bullet points on the top, with $50,611 left over, still in salaries, for me to be able to give one-time awards to employees that excel. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Would that be a tipping point for you?
The fact of the matter is, it is 100% objectionable to me, the way this was handled. 100%. But I also want a budget. I want a budget to pass.
We're trying to do that, Madam Mayor, and we're looking at 1%.
And I think one of the unfortunate things is I had a lot of objections last year. And one of the biggest objections I had was to the merit pay and how it's actually crafted. And I think that that needs to be changed in order to fix something that I think is wrong with it. But that's a separate issue. I guess the question then is, if it would sit better with you with regard to the salaries, to leave a small amount of money in there that can be used as merit awards, then I would make the motion to cut the fire training tower, the 2 code enforcement carts, the code enforcement part-time salaries, leaving the public works equipment operator and the salaries at $50,611 and the
So we're looking at
public works salary at $87,353. So that's $130,000 off of this. So it's a $500,000.
500
That'll
thereabouts.
actually, that's still going to meet from what Justin had told me earlier today or whatever. That should meet just about the rollback, like the barest.
I can live with that.
Not guaranteed, though, Council, because we still don't have the digest.
You got to get the digest, correct.
Say that again, please?
Will you just highlight the things that you're still keeping in?
Keeping in?
So we
Go
estimate
ahead,
the
just
property
say it.
taxes
Like
and what the rollback rate will be, and we're usually pretty spot on with it.
Sure.
We've been within 1% the past 2 years, but it's never, until you actually have the digest, we don't know the exact amount. Just a caveat.
Understood. I like what you just said, and it is critical that we pass a budget. I've had
I think
my-
everybody up here is aware of that.
Yep. And we all want to do it. We're just trying to find that small compromise. We're down now to about 500 thereabouts, $1,000 that we'll pull out of the budget,
Okay,
and we'll
let's-
pass it.
So I'm going to make the motion proposing that we cut from the proposed budget that was given by the city manager. We're going to cut the fire training tower in the amount of $387,000, the 2 code enforcement carts in the amount of $30,000, and the code enforcement part-time salaries in the amount of $87,105.
Can I?
What?
Go ahead, Counselor.
It's all in the matter of phrasing.
Okay.
What I'm hearing you, in essence, say, you correct me if I'm wrong, is that you want to make a motion to approve the budget as presented with the following
Amendments, yeah, I had it written out the right way, I just said it the wrong way.
Hey, Ted, I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
With
Let me pull
a-
the microphone closer.
Thank you.
So,
As I'm understanding the motion, it would be to approve the budget as presented with the following changes. Elimination of the fire training tower for $387,000. Removal of the 2 code enforcement carts in the amount of $30,000. and the removal of the code enforcement part-time salaries in the amount of $87,105. Is that,
Exactly what you said.
With
So moved.
with hold on.
I already said it.
No.
So moved.
With balancing it out with a reduction in property tax revenue because we got to balance
let me say this.
We
by
will.
by the same amount.
When we get the
Tonight, you're
digest,
just
we will do
approving the budget. There will be a separate vote on
Yes,
the millage
millage
rate.
rate.
Correct.
With the millage rollback.
we
But
know
we still
we
have to
know
have a
that,
reduction
but we
in
have to
revenue.
balance.
We have to balance
We have to balance the budget.
So if you're
Okay.
taking the expenses out, we
That's
have
fine.
We have to adjust the revenue.
So what
Okay.
is the phrasing for that component?
I just said
be
it.
with the reduction in property tax revenue.
Commensurate reduction.
So moved what she said too. As the, are we clear as mud on that, Stacy?
I think that's good. I think that's good.
Can I just ask?
First of all,
wait,
I'll,
go ahead.
I'll second it.
Okay.
There you go.
Can I get feedback from our city manager on your thoughts on this?
He works at the pleasure of council.
I understand, but I also value
Yeah.
his professional opinion.
Councilwoman Brown said it.
He said it to us
Okay,
how many
it's fine.
times with regard to the budget?
And great, let's pass it. Let's just do it. I will say, I hope we can look at doing the fire training. You said you're willing to look at this?
Oh, yeah, I think as the year goes on, there's, going to be several things that, can be done at some point in time, or we find an alternate way of doing it.
I'll go with
You
that.
know,
I'll hold you to that.
I mean, Fayette County has a tower.
Yeah.
We
So-
don't have to have duplication of all of it.
I have on the table a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. It's about time. It's getting late, and I think we need
Good
to
to
close
shut
it down. Let's vote this thing and let's move on.
She said it, not me. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have item C.
Hallelujah.
4205 fiscal year 2026 fee schedule. Can I get a motion?
Where's the number? Oh, Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the fiscal year 2026 fee schedule, agenda item number 04-02-05. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, yes, that's fine. Do I have a second?
Not yet. I'm gonna just want to pull it up on the screen here so I can see what I'm voting on.
Was that the complete motion?
That was the motion.
Second.
Yep.
I have a motion and a second. Do you have any discussion or
Yeah, let me
questions?
just please give me just one moment to
Of
bring it up on the
course,
screen.
of course.
And this is all the budget items, sorry.
That's okay.
Here we go. This is the one I want, the fee schedule. Oh, okay. I do have some comments on that. I looked this over, and by the way, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just looking it over. And again, I've noticed that on some of the fees here, even though our friends over in Fayette County, who we love, are not going to be paying much more than they paid before. But they're not paying us any money to use our facilities. I'm hoping that the city manager has done a good job in raising those fees enough such that they can offset the loss of the revenues that we used to get from the county.
Amen?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Have I got that from you? That
Yeah.
you've raised them up enough so we can get the revenues that we would have normally gotten, we'll get them through fees now.
We think so, but it also comes down to usage. So
course.
are some of these fees going to drive people away? Like, it's going to be one of those things we have to fill out the first year and reevaluate because, me coming in, the fee schedule wasn't looked at regularly every year. And one thing I've wanted to do coming in is make sure we update the fee schedule every year. Doesn't mean we change things, but just at least look at it.
Review it.
Review it. So, every year we'll have a chance to look at this, and if it's not working out that way, we can adjust it.
Okay, thank you, got my question answered.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Public hearings, we have none. Council staff topics. Council work session, temporary time change due to construction.
So at the last meeting, Dave Borkowski mentioned that there's going to be construction going on here at City Hall. So they're going to move all the meetings the idea is to move all of the evenings to Thursday nights. So that includes the work sessions. I think he said that the construction should start November 10th. So this should go into effect starting in the December work session. And it-
Well, I will say this, and this may be a topic to bring up just to put in your minds. We usually, the past few years, we've only had one meeting in December
Oh, yeah.
because of the holidays.
Yeah.
So we may just.
I think last year we still had two
We
because of
did.
the nature of our.
Yes, we did have two. We had two last year because they were kind of early. They both kind of were.
Yeah, I think
earlier
because
in
we
the-
changed the nature of our meetings to a work session and then the meeting.
Well, and they were-
I think we still had two last year.
And even the second one was like
But I think it was earlier.
before the 15th or
Yeah,
something.
I think you're right. 100% sure.
All right. Anything else? Do we have executive session tonight?
Wait, council staff topics.
Council staff topics?
Oh.
Okay. I have two of them. No, I have one of them, excuse me. Having been involved a little with the transportation group, our advisory group, there's been lots of discussion on LSVs, low-speed vehicles. They're bigger, they're wider, they don't fit on the cart path if you got something else going on there. And I'll tell you what, I am hats off to the guys in the council, in the committee. I need to see some movement on that because state law says these LSVs need to be on the roads. They're not supposed to be on cart paths. So I want to make sure we're following the laws on this. So I know Justin has stepped out, but basically we want to make sure we're following the laws in registering these vehicles for the street, not for the cart paths. And I'm sure that the Transportation Advisory Group will come forward with some type of ordinance or some type of change, and we would love to see that sooner than later. And that's my whole comment.
Anything else?
Nope.
Do we need to make any motion to proceed with any of that, or is
Oh.
that, or
Let's
you know,
just
like,
get informed.
in general? I mean, to
I
put it
think
on
in-
the
I
agenda.
think in
to
general-
hash it out.
Yeah,
I wanted to say they're coming forward with changes to our various ordinances, as I recall. So
The tape.
I know.
I think we can get this.
Si-
I think they left with this message before, or they were going to suggest
Yep.
it. So it's going to come to you for a decision, but it can certainly be relayed to them that this seems.
Well, we
to
have the chairman
Since he's-
right here.
Yeah, I was gonna
Do
say,
you have
since
any,
he's here, can we ask him?
any time
How soon,
limit
Paul?
on this, Paul?
Let's,
We came and made a presentation to you all. The committee, we still need, I'm sorry, the advisory group, we still need to have a little bit more time to discuss it. When we did discuss it, we were split on LSVs, yes or no. So as you know, we're going to get some new members, so we will bring it up. It'll probably be October. And, you know, my thought is I completely agree with you, Mr. Holland, that LSVs don't belong on the pass system. That doesn't mean the rest of the advisory group will feel that way.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
We'll certainly make the best recommendations we can.
Good. Thank you, Paul.
thank you. Anything else?
Yes, I have one thing that I'd like to, I'm gonna pass this out, if you take one and pass it along. Okay, a moratorium preventing the consideration of any application to zone or rezone any property in the city of Peachtree City for development of multifamily housing is hereby enacted. That's the wording on the moratorium in the top paragraph that I just passed out to you. I already gave a copy to Stacy, so she's got it. This moratorium that you now have in your hands was signed into place on November 4th of 1999 by Bob Lennox and his council. And I'm passing out the copy of the moratorium to each of you so that you can read it and determine your position on this issue and look into it. And if approved by our council, it would need to be reapproved after a set time, such as every 1 or 2 years. I got this from Ted and spoke to him briefly about it with regard to where we would stand legally, but by going with this kind of a moratorium, it would actually put a freeze for a set period of time on any high-density housing, multifamily. So, what I'm looking for at this point is, I'm gonna make a motion, because that's the thing Ted keeps telling us we need to do to be clear to staff, I'm making a motion that we place this item on the agenda for discussion and a possible vote on the October 2nd, 2025 meeting. And obviously, it's gonna have to be discussed, so probably not voted on at that meeting, but I'm saying it as such. But-
What
I'll
does that
second
mean?
that.
What does that mean, discussion and possible vote?
Well, I guess,
And I think it's a zoning matter, so it would have to have a public hearing component. I think they always did a public
Okay.
hearing on this issue.
but then we can actually, okay,
It
so
would be the,
let me
probably
amend
the
my
second
motion.
meeting.
Let me amend my motion to basically
Wait a
say,
minute, do you want to withdraw your second,
Well,
please?
are we going to put it on a different date?
Let her amend her motion, please, if you would withdraw.
I will withdraw the second.
okay.
Thank you.
I'll amend the motion to basically say that I want to place this item on the agenda for discussion at the October 2nd, 2025 meeting. And yes, Mr. Meeker, I understand that if we decide to proceed with this, obviously it would have to go to the planning commission. But there's no sense in wasting their time if we're not in some level of agreement on it on our end. So it's not like we would be voting for it, but we'd be voting to push it to the, potentially.
In our discussion.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Yeah, that's fine. Discussion?
I just had a quick question, because I feel like I spoke with Mr. Meeker about this a little bit, about the issues that can arise from an ongoing moratorium. Or can you tell me the nature of?
Typically, moratoria are allowed under Georgia law, but they're typically a short and finite duration. Typically, they last somewhere around 6 months, max a year. The issue that, when I was asked about this a couple of years ago, is that you've had a moratorium that was renewed every year without any real analysis or review as to why it was necessary. I mean, it was just perfunctory renewed every year. There was very little debate. There was never any real analysis of what the housing stock was, what the housing needs were. I mean, there are different ways to tackle the issues presented in terms of your zoning ordinance. If you want to achieve those and enact a moratorium so you could accomplish those. For example, I've seen cities and counties basically create what we call residual districts. In other words, if it's zoned this way already and they have something there, then they're allowed to continue. But you can eliminate certain zoning classifications from your zoning ordinance to where people can't even apply for some of these different zonings that are listed in this. You can also do an inventory, but this is one of those be careful what you ask for, about what your housing needs and assessments might be in terms of your area. There was a study done, I remember, in the early 2000s that identified the need for over 55 apartment type complexes. That nothing was ever done to really implement it, but we faced a lawsuit. It's what's now known as north-south property up Newgate. And that study that was done that showed that need for older people was sitting in our coffers and was sort of a torpedo on us in that case.
Are you talking about Hearthside up there?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, I remember it as the north-south case, but yes, Hearthside. And I don't know, I haven't heard any problems with that development since.
Oh, no.
But nonetheless, that was an issue. So that's why sometimes you gotta be careful about the questions you ask, because you may not like the answer, sort of an adage of what I do. But that was my concern, is that this has just gone on for 20 years without anybody really coming up with some supporting data or looking at other ways to achieve the goal that I think ultimately this moratorium was trying to do.
Can I ask, oh, sorry.
That's it.
Okay. What is, do you have a timeline for wanting to do something like this?
I want to discuss it openly, in terms of, do we have an appetite for this? Because I think we do. I think even the mayor has said on multiple occasions, she does not support apartments, but.
Okay. Yeah, this is something I would definitely need to learn about, but I'm happy to discuss it.
Yeah, I think we just need to read the nuances of what's actually in it, and I think, we have a discussion, decide if this is something we want to pursue, and then we throw it to the planning commission to look at.
It seems to me that, tell me if I'm wrong, that we stopped doing the moratorium because the very same council that would implement the moratorium
had the right to lift the moratorium if something came along that they did want to take a look at.
That was
And-
another aspect to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think, yeah, okay.
But-
All right, well, I'm for that.
The thing is, the thing is that I'm looking at is, this moratorium basically takes, if it's worded this way, it takes away the ability for anybody to even apply for any of these things, these multi-density housing. So you don't end up having your city staff waste a lot of time before you would vote something down. So if it's your intent that you don't want this, then putting a moratorium in place kind of alleviates the stress on your staff to do other things to, you
And one
know.
of the
So, I
thing-
mean, there are some advantages to putting a moratorium in place so that, you know, you're not being hounded by all these, you know, one after another project.
And one of the things I've long advocated for was if that's your desire, then let's get certain things out of our zoning ordinance, because then they can't ask for it either.
Right.
Then there's not even a door open to ask permission for council to lift a moratorium for an application to even be considered.
That's kind of the reason why we want to have this kind of discussion,
Yeah.
because this kind of just starts it. So I'm going to call the question on that, Madam Mayor.
That's fine. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Anything else?
I had one thing on here, but I actually talked about it earlier, and that was that we have a real need for police department to conduct more rigorous monitoring of our activity on the multi-use pass system. Thank you, Chief Boone. If you could do that.
Ms. Johnson, anything?
I don't have anything.
All right, do we have
Mayor, I
executive
was going to
session?
do an executive session, but I think we've stayed here long enough, and there's no matter that's that
Oh,
pressing.
what's another 20 minutes?
But I do want to circle back on one issue that came up tonight, because I had a chance to look at it while we've been here this evening, and that is the whole issue of somebody holding over in an office. And it actually came up in a case involving the city of Greensboro and a planning commission member that had held over. And it basically, the general rule is that unless something sets forth in the enabling legislation, an incumbent of an office may hold over after the conclusion of his or her term until the election and qualification of a successor. So that, I think, I just wanted to close that loop, and it's going to save me an email tomorrow to you on this topic. So I just wanted to say.
Well,
So in other words, if they're in the office now, until somebody is appointed to replace them, they remain in office.
Okay. I think one of the things we need to address is the starting and stopping times of these appointments to try to do them. In this case, it really kind of like threw everything for a loop as far as I was concerned, because we had people running for office who were already in the office but applying for it, and it kind of puts it in a pickle. But I think we need to have the starting and stopping times for these particular groups and boards and commissions to be, let's just say, 3 or 4 months into the year and not at the end of the year. It should be in the beginning of a council term. And that would be as close to January the 1st as possible. So a new council, if they're in place here in January, they would be the ones that would identify and put the people on the boards and commissions and groups.
All right.
We're out of sync with things, is what I'm saying.
That's another issue that I'm probably going to bring up sometime between now and the end of the year, and that is our Public Facilities Authority legislation sort of has staggered terms. I like what was done with the WASA board better, in terms of whoever's on the council are the ex officio board members. Because
Isn't that what we already have?
Actually, not with the Public Facilities Authority, no. And
What?
that's something, yeah, it's something we're going to have to ask the General Assembly to address for us, but again, I don't view it as a big issue, because you wind up having staggered terms and then trying to figure out, okay, who's on it. It's just a lot easier if you say, if you're on council, then you're an ex officio board member of the Public Facilities Authority. It's exactly the legislation we did when the WASA board was reconstituted.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
All right, anything
Madam
else?
Mayor, no, can I make a motion that we adjourn?
Yep.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.